I have the hiccups still. They haven't gone away. I hope you don't have the hiccups, and if you do, stop. Yeah, I wasn't alive when that console was released. Did you know that, Miri? Anyway, how are you guys? Thanks for the Nintendo 64 month. No! Thank you for the Nintendo 64 months. Did you know that I GameCube you? That's kind of poggers. Song Zoomy Zoomy, ready to play. True! It actually kind of does fit. Nice. How's it feel to upgrade to a homeowner, Sammy? I mean, it's not quite that good. It's not quite homeowning, but it's definitely a step up from what I'm doing right now. Guys, I've been so stressed. I'm like still kind of stressed. I won't be unstressed, I think, until I have the keys in my hand. But, hell yeah, I have a place to live. Oh yeah. True! 6-8! 6-8. Thank you, Sal, for the 68 months. You do 60 plus 80 plus 68. That's kind of fucker. Huh. Yes, hi, hello everyone. I am significantly less stressed this week than my manic episode I had on last Monday. Wasn't an actual meeting. I was just very stressed. Yes, the good news is I will have a home of which I can live in and be alive and stuff. And I won't be homeless. That's pretty good. Bad news, and why there's still like a little bit of stress, is technically I get the move in, or like I get the keys and stuff. The June 1st actually, which is very fast. Obviously not moving on June 1st, but at least I gotta get everything set up before then, like all the utilities and that jazz, whatnot. So, yeah, it's a pretty quick turnaround, but you know, and also really the main problem is it doesn't help that this week is a holiday week. There's a happy Memorial Day for all you Americans out there. It's Memorial Day, which is cool because people get the day off, but also not cool because I can't call anyone today. Not the bank, not the utility company, not the electrical, not the gas, water, anything. I just have to sit here and I have to wait. So there's kind of that impending doom creeping up on me. Day off? What's that? Cries in retail? Fair? I mean, understandable. New Home is Pride Month, though? That's true. That's true. New Home is Pride Month. That's kind of poggers. So, wahoo! But chances are I'm going to be very busy in June. Moving in is what's probably going to happen. And I have a vacation in July, actually. I have like an actual vacation. An idea when the movie will be? June. You know, vaguely. Like I said, I get keys on the 1st, but like, I'm getting all the. I'm gonna get all the utility stuff switched over this week, and then I also have to contact a moving company. I'm not moving all this shit by myself, but I don't want to stay in this apartment for too long because that's more rent money I have to pay. That's more money I have to be paying on top of the house, right? Oh right, I'm pink. Of course. I see. Which actually, while we're here, I need to go make a new macro. But yeah, it's kind of like, I don't want to be like double upping on rent anytime soon. Would very much like to avoid that. But yeah, I mean, it's easier said than done. So there's probably gonna be like a little bit of that. But I don't have like an exact date yet. Oh, because I need to like, no, don't do that. Oh, right, because I need to. So, chances are you're gonna see me being very busy during Pride Month. Not necessarily doing fun things, doing the moving things, which, I mean, I guess is fun in a manner of speaking. But, you know. Sign in. The gay little ideas will have to wait. They're gonna have to wait a little bit at least. Are you excited? It's Christmas. Christmas, it's almost here. Wow, Christmas. What? What do you mean? So anyway, you don't think you have ADHD? That's cruel. Yeah. Yeah. The world is cruel. I have too much ADHD and my ass is too fat. This here. Good macros. Oh wow. Ran out of space. Wait. Oh no. Oh. There we go. Nice. So June will be a very busy month. Got it. Best of luck then. Thank you, Punching Bag. I appreciate it. Demi will be too busy being proud to be with us. Potentially. Possible. Ass is sometimes called the stress container. So true. What will likely happen is I'm gonna probably take some time off of work. I can't take too much time though because I just had a little vacation and I'm gonna have a big vacation in July. So like I have to be careful. I can't take too much time. And the goal is to take a little bit of time off of work. But I'm probably gonna also just take some evenings to just like move some boxes or like unpack some stuff or like pack some stuff. So chances are there might be some weeks where like either a stream is cut or just simply cut short. Is like a smaller stream or like an afternoon stream or something like that just to give me more time to like stuff. You know? Is there double music playing? I think you're right. I got distracted. Haha. Whoops. Hi, bad. We have Okay, I'm not hallucinating. Surprise, surprise, you not going crazy. Here. This is so pink. Double the music, just like Zoomy Zoomy. True! I'm always saying that. No, there is definitely crafting gear I can get for tickets. I know there is. Must exist. Is it stuff? Disciple of War, though. I don't trust like that. Oh wait, okay. No, that is control. That's a level 27 item. There's gathering. That's control. An increase of spirit bond. There's like a way I could like. Well, spell speed. Unless I'm wrong and they just don't give you anything? Does that make any sense? Gathering. Okay, there's the apron. Okay, hold up. Why is it squints? Okay, so we're gonna grab that. Grab these. These. There just isn't shoes, I suppose. Something like that. Okay, well, that's confusing, but we'll just ignore that for now. Alright, chat. We got some goals. Got some more crafting leveling to do, because like I said, I'm still gonna keep it on. When do we get the new planet? Is that 7.55? I feel like that's 7.55. Could be. Alright. Does Aerith's dominant hand change depending on what task she's performing? Does it? I guess I haven't necessarily thought about it. I feel like, honestly, I'm not so sure. I think Aerith's dominant hand probably just stays as her, like, right hand. She might be, like, a little ambidextrous, just of, like, all of the crazy shit she's done. And let's face it, probably the fact that she's broken her hand more than a few times Next plan is out in 8 days. Ah, so it's soon. Excellent. Good. That's good. Then I can start crafting for that. Good shit. I can't believe Eris is ambiguous. But yeah, I could honestly, I think Eris probably does have some level of ambidextrous. How do I word it the way ambidexterity? There we go. Ambisexuality? Thank you. Exactly. Blacksmith. Where's the blacksmith? Yeah, ambidexterity is what I was specifically trying to say. And failing spectacularly at it. Ambidexterity. She probably has a decent amount of that just because of how many times she is injured. She has been injured and injured herself. If that makes sense. I have... Also, hi, Nomad. Whew. I'm like that, but only with scissors specifically. Interesting. Different people work different ways, right? So what's the new home choice? Is better or worse than the one that denied you? Honestly, this one might be better. It's a bit more of a fixer-upper. By that I mean it just needs some maintenance on it. But it's a significantly larger size, which is good. And, is closer to work, which is also good. And has a lot of other newer, like, all the appliances are, like, newer, right? So it's like the furnace and the AC. Like, all that's newer. It's more like the parts that on it that need help is like the porch needs to be completely repainted. Some of the walls really need a new coat of paint too. Some of the walls need a new coat of paint. This will be hilarious. You guys will think this is funny. Some of the walls need a new coat of paint too, because whoever was living there before, they loved colors. And not necessarily in a good way. So the room I'm probably going to be staying in is going to be bright orange. The paint will be bright orange. I will be living in Orange Land until we repaint it, because we're going to probably quickly. So you might be able to get to see it, but it'll be bright orange. And there's a purple room, and there's actually a pretty beautiful blue room to warn your partners that you are in danger. Okay. All right. Safety vest Sammy. Yeah. The garden's also a mess. I think one of the garage doors is broken. But hopefully that can get fixed. But like, it's a lot bigger, which is good. The location is pretty solid. It is kind of right next to like a fairly busy road, or like the backyard faces a fairly busy road. That's like not great, but also realistically speaking, that probably did knock, you know, a bit of cash off the place. Handy Woman Sammy arc. We'll see about that. I'm more excited to play in the dirt. and do some gardening. I think I'm more excited to do that. Zoomantha's room and beware of all sides. And please wear a hard hat. Okay, alright. Cooper. 220 times in stream. None of you can stop me. He's too powerful. Oh, no, we want. Zumi will touch grass? Zumi will touch grass. Confirmed. She can have a green thumb free to swoon over whoever picks up Power Tide's head. Look, I have a plan. I have a specific plan. I have a specific kind of plan. It's fine. I'll just play in the dirt. Unlike many streamers, Sammy touches grass semi-regularly. It's true, I do. I go outside. Not only to go to work, but to do things like go for a walk. Have fun with my friends. Visit my family. Oh no, your t-shirts have disappeared. There's only tank tops and camisoles. Oh no! Also, you have to walk through this, like, weird undercurrent waterfall of just, like, oil? Of, like, just body oil? That's crazy! I'm gonna set that up. I am actually gonna do that. No one can stop me. Last tenant was freaky. Oh my god, playing the dirt. Wow, Sam, I didn't know you were so dirty. Wow, how original. Sorry, Sal. In a very silly mood. Wait, I'm the blacksmith. Blacksmith hammer's too high of a level. That's goldsmith. No, that's the black. Okay. It's a bummer. How a bummer. Gather's the only one she regularly had leveled. True. Yes, I'm gonna get so dirty and roll around in the dirt, and then I'm gonna be covered in the dirt, and then I'm gonna look like Linus from Peanuts. Is that Linus from Peanuts? No, that's not Linus from Peanuts. That's a different Peanut. Anyway, the one Peanut that's always dirty. That one. Pigpen. There we go. Thank you, people over the age of 30 in chat. I appreciate it. I almost said 40, but I didn't. Oh my god. Sorry, guys. It was just so close. Get the hose. You joke about that, but I'm sure my current roomie would just hose me down. I'd be like, oh no, I'm so dirty. And she'd be like, pshh. I'd be like, not even 30. My mom was obsessed with Snoopy and Woodstock. I'm sorry, Raven. And thank you, Raven. I appreciate it. Sorry, guys. I'm kind of in a spicy mood. I'm in a bit of a zesty mood. I think it's because there is a lot of stress that kind of came off of me, and I did have a lot of fun this weekend too. I got pretty drunk on Friday, so that was great. I took a Jello shot, and then I was gonna have another drink, but I didn't. And it's a good thing I did, because that Jello shot was something else. I don't know what that drag queen put in that Jello shot, but damn. That shit was crazy. It's better to be excited and spicy rather than depressed and frustrated. So true. Oh, and Key, thank you so much for the 8 months. I super duper appreciate it. 4 + 4 = 8. That's kind of vloggers. Jello, I hear. Alcohol, presumably. Wow, aren't you guys so funny? Wow. I assume you were when you tweeted out a blue sky woman. Yeah. Yeah, no, I did wake up to that, because, like, I got likes on it, and then I was like, the fuck? And then I looked at the post, I'm like, when did I post? I was drunk. Okay. That might have been... That would have had to have been, like, when I got a drink bought for me or something. I think. And worst things to drunkenly do. Oh, I think I'm a very lovely drunk. I think I am a delight to be around. Okay, well, after this, I never have to worry about not having innovation again. That's good. Holy shit, you're leveling crafters. I have been. I'm an omni crafter of level 25, I'll have you know. Pretty cool, huh? Oh, you aren't a delight to be around in general? You got me there, Sal. I am a delight to be around in general. I am getting used to the pink, by the way. I think we're gonna rock it for now. I'm enjoying it. There is something that's like... There is something about it that, like, I kind of miss the blue. Just the blue looked really good. Also, the green looks really good, too, and I didn't realize we had a green. Oh well. I never ate an HP. Okay. Wait, will Braun have a room to himself in the new house? Not necessarily, but there will be. Braun will be able to have more space, which is good. No, I did that completely wrong. Okay, that saves me way more time to just do it that way. Jeez Louise. There's innovation. I mean, if you're not going to fix the garden, why not build a mechanical? Oh, no, I do want to fix the garden. That's something I expressly actually want to do. Oh, and another nice thing, too. This new place does have a brand new has a brand new deck. The front porch is a mess. That thing needs some work. A lot of work. But the deck is brand new. I mean, no. So, I mean, since you're fixing the garden, might as well add a catio. Oh! I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. Maybe. That could be kind of fun, like a little catio. I guess it depends on how expensive that would be to do. I don't exactly have a lot of money, but, like, having some more space for Barong would be fun. I wouldn't hate that. But yeah, the deck is also a pretty good size too. I mean, I wonder if we could like screen it in a. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. But and it's going to be big enough that I'll actually be able to have my Blackstone for eagle-eyed viewers that may have been here for longer than a year or so. Some of you may know I have a Blackstone and I like to grill and stuff, and I haven't been able to do that where I live right now because this is an apartment. But at the house, I'll be able to do that. And that's gonna be great, and that's awesome. I am very excited to do that. You want to like smash up chicken wire? Not typically. Grill Master Sammy. Toe. Grill Master Sammy. Oh yeah, Sammy likes to drill. Reeton. Go in your housing before I have to go get groceries, I hope. Oh, okay, have good groceries. Hey, just in time for the summer too. No, that's fair, and like I'm hoping I can get I mean, like, I haven't really kept much of a garden before, but I'm hoping I can maybe get, like, a couple of plants and, like, do some very simple stuff this summer, and then maybe, like, next spring, summer, I can do, like, a little bit more. Fingers crossed. There's a really cool, like garden house place, greenhouse area that I can get plants from that's actually really close by. Maybe prep it now and plan for spring. There's a couple of things I could probably put there. It'd just be nothing too fancy. But there's like flower beds that are already there. They're just kind of like overgrown. Maybe need some dirt. I don't know. I'll need to take a better look at them. One thing I definitely want to do, and absolutely have the ability to, is get some bird feeders. I want to get some bird feeders. And when I have those burb feeders, I can start feeding birds. That should be pretty easy. From tasty treats, I mean feathered friends. No! All those burbs and the stray squirrel. Yeah, probably. We gotta give Braum optimal bird watching setup. Has Braum ever been an outside cat? No, he never has been, and there are no plans to make him be one. So it would be kind of fun to take him out on like a leash. I wonder what he would do. Ooh, anyways. Does it like faster. Funny. But yeah. No plans to make him be that way. He can stay in the nice, safe, air-conditioned house. Oh no, he's not there. He must be outside my room. Surprise, surprise. No Braum camp, tragically. Oh, I did that wrong. Just wants to be out in the snow. He has seen snow before, and I think he just did not know what to do with it. That's kind of the idea, Raven, yeah. Try to build up the garden and the feeders slowly over time as I settle in. And I gotta decide where to, like, put the feeders too. Backyard has plenty of space. The front yard has less space, but, like, might be kind of nice. Not a lot of, like, plants in the yard in general, too. Though there is a tree. A very young tree, so it's, like, not really grown. But, yeah, hopefully we'll be able to spruce things up, make them look a bit nicer. All that jazz. Some bird feeders. And I'm hoping it'll just, like, you know, with the necessary maintenance and everything, things won't be too much of a headache. Especially since the house is, like, newer, like 2000s. You know, and like I said, the appliances, AC, furnace, like those things were replaced very recently. So like that's good. I mean, we're not cooking with like a 30-year-old furnace or something like that. Still though, it's just like there's gonna be some work that we're gonna have to do. So I hope it all goes okay, and there's like no disasters or anything. I'm still like a little nervous about stuff just cause like, you know, who wouldn't be? Even if I know like some of it's like a bit unreasonable. Maybe not unreasonable, but like I know I won't feel great until I can like actually have the keys in my hands and like things are like not, you know, there's no like lasting damage or something. I'm just kind of like, you know, you feel me, chat? You feel me? So many movements. Okay. But yeah, so I've had a pretty successful week overall. It started pretty bad, but it ended pretty good, so, you know, that's how it be sometimes. How about you guys, though? Everyone have a good week? When should we expect the big move? June. Sometime in June. Like I said, though, I guess I don't know if you were there for that, but we're gonna. I mean, the goal is to hopefully get stuff moved over kind of piece by piece, and then have some movers do like the big stuff. But all of that has to get scheduled. So I don't know exactly when that's gonna happen. I'm probably gonna take some time off of work and probably stream, just to get like moved in and settled and stuff. And that's a good point too, Raven. I am not doing this alone. If I was doing this alone, I think I would die and explode several times all at once. I'd be like a firefight. I'd be like a firework of destruction. So, yeah. Riddle of Steel. That's so real. Yeah, I would explode and die and explode and die and die and explode and explode and die and explode. That's what would happen. It has been stressful, and moving is not going to be terribly easy either. The bright side is it's not terribly far away from where I currently live. So I won't have to go like, you know, up over the mountain and through the river and through the woods. And to be fair, this will be an easier move than the last one, which was across state lines. And hours and hours and hours away. So really, how bad can a move be? How bad could it be? I should invite that kind of disaster, but it surely will be easier. Now you're challenging the universe. I know, I shouldn't have done that, knock on wood. You know how they take challenges, so true. In the heat in Nevada and the job market, but the positive has been writing more lately and trying to get better at it. That's awesome, Kaiju. Happy for you. Sorry Nevada's so warm, though I suppose it is a desert. The job market, I am truly sorry for. It sucks major booty cheeks. Massive, giant booty cheeks. I'm actually looking for a new job, too. So I can get, like, paid more. And maybe have a more stable schedule. Nice. We'll see, though. Maybe for a little bit, at least. Okay. Oh. accessories. Oh, okay, they're all like... It's not gonna. So, bleh. The job market gets even worse. I'm gonna go all in on publishing a book. Hey, I'm still working on mine, so been extremely busy as of late, so it's harder. I say fuck it, you know. If you got the ability, it can't kill you, right? Oh, okay, I see how that is. We're leveled up. That. Surely that is better. Fucking see what happens. Yeah. I feel like that's kind of life sometimes, I'm not gonna lie. You just gotta try stuff, you know? How it just doesn't recognize that this gear is like better. You know, level 1. That's gotta change. That's gotta go. Get him out of here. Too much stuff, man. Okay. Smith. chambers look the same. Here we go. Ah. My goldsmith is so powerful now. Throw all that junk there, and there we go. Alright. Chat, look, we did it. I am an Omni 31 crafter. I am so cool and powerful. What are you doing there? Get out of there. What are you doing there? Get out of there. I forget they're a pentamelder. I'm only quad melded. Quad melded. I don't really hardly know what that means. But look, considering where we were for years of this game, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. Oh yeah, no, I know this is I know this is fun. Don't you worry. I know. I'm gonna explode. I'm gonna explode and explode and explode and explode and explode. Explode. Have 4 pieces of materia on them. Oh, hot dog, hot diggity dog. That's probably pretty good. Hell yeah. Probably. Yeah, I should be able to get rid of that. Because I don't need any more. I need that. That's the joy of leveling all of them up like this. Is I can just, like, grab all the shit from the older levels and then just throw it away. Just throw it all away in the garbage where it belongs. I've leveled it up and shit. That's kind of why I'm trying to do them like this, right? Just try to level them all up like this, and the goal is to get everything to 50, and then I will begin doing the quest series for all of them. Then after doing the quest series for all of them, then I'll start leveling them all up again, and we'll just kind of keep doing that basically forever. Especially that I've got Cosmic Expo to make this 10 trillion times easier on myself. Coolio. Alright, gamers, I have a question for you. That question is going to be, do you guys, where is the Omega Epilogue Quest? Where is that funny little quest? We've got that funny little quest to go do. I'm gonna do the quests at 50. An old ski buddy. Charlie and Harbor. I will go do. First, I have coke to sell. Yeah, I know they got job quests in Stormblood. I've been playing this game for a while. I know how the job quests work. I'm just gonna level them to 50, then do all their like quest stuff, and then level them up some more. Now I'm kind of doing them all like around the same time. Actually, before I do that, Heartless Hypothesis. Now, I just want to get them to 50 first, because I gotta unlock their abilities and stuff. Because that's, like, still a thing you have to do at, like, ARR and, like... I mean, all the job quests, but, like, ARR feels like, in particular. Oh, wait, we're getting the Gold Saucer event again, aren't we? That's coming soon. Alright, chat, we're gonna be grinding for that. Coincidentally, I believe it's coming around the same time as my move. So we're gonna be grinding on that shit because I don't necessarily have a ton of time to like be leveling stuff. So MP grinding will come. We're gonna do some fucking MP grinding. I've got all this MP and I want to get some of like the really expensive mounts. You know? How long does Make It Rain last? Is it like 2 weeks? Oh no, 3 solid weeks. Okay, yeah, nice. I was gonna say, I remember Make It Rain like lasting a bit longer than some of the other events. Yeah, the goal is we're gonna do a bit of grinding because I want some of those funky mounts. I've got like 1 million MGP right now, but I need more. And that'll be, I don't know, that'll be something fun to do on stream, I feel. At least like a little bit. It'll kind of be fun to farm GP. Oh, there. Okay. The literal last quest I look at. Marlene is pretty. Hello, catted Goral. You must answer for your kitty crimes. You know, it always fascinates me how many random quests can be contained some of the coolest shit ever. Even like the Tartaru quests. which are like very entertaining in their own right, but then it also gets you like some cool rewards, and you would just never know, you know? Makes me want to like try to do a bunch of yellow quests and just like see what I get, which probably won't be that much, but like still. Anyways. That's blowing the cobwebs away. Time to return to work. Goodness me, look who it is. How incredibly serendipitous that I would run into you of all people. I was part of the team which designed the Ragnarok, you see, and we've recently begun the process of combing through the vessel's flight log data. Primary objective of our journey to Ultima Thule is to save our star and countless others, of course, but it also provided us with invaluable trove of information, records of places and events that we could only dream of. Safe return gave us so much to be thankful for. As it so happens, one of the things we pulled off the log was a transmission of unknown origin. Something the ship must have intercepted during its flight. You believe it to be an audio message, but even our most talented linguists have been unable to decipher the language. For a while there, it seemed we must accept defeat, but today, may be the day that we finally solve the mystery. If you're so inclined, you can come along to the Thaumaziene. Fitting to have one of the Ragnarok's original passengers present for to hear history being made. Nurse is like, alright. Sure, cat girl, I'm sure this isn't a quest that will make me sob. Oh, fuck. Nails are getting old. Can't charm to ladies with long nails. I mean, I guess I could. You know, less practical. A lot of neat lore hidden along the way. Oh, no, I already read that. Yeah. No, I mean, it... Yeah. It is. It's like... You don't have flight here? I have flight here. Yeah. Why did I do that? I'm so silly. Ah, there you are. We're able to meet the engineers of Garland Ironworks, who I'm told potentially hold the key to unlocking our mystery transmission. Should be along any moment. Oh! Is Sid gonna be here? I do like me a Sid. Sorry we're late. We had some trouble finding the right... Gods, is that you, Eris? Oh, it's Biggs. Yes, the woman herself. I ran into her at the harbor, and I thought if anyone deserved to hear this message deciphered, it was Eris Sayhammer. Argument here, but bugger me if you don't have a knack for me in the right place at the right time. Actually, it's more to do with her than you might think, so please do stick around. Okay. So pick up from where we left off then? I miss Sid. Oh no, reflections. As I was saying, I think the transmission the Ragnarok intercepted is a message of some kind, albeit a language entirely alien to our ears. Alien being the operative word here, considering we received the message of the Great Expanse, its origin is likely some distant star. Fortunately, our list of off-world allies is presently rather short, thus we were resigned to the fact that meaning behind the message would remain beyond our understanding. Cat, she is such a big teeth. Why is she looking at me like that? One of my colleagues, however, refused to give up. She remembered the Ironworks engineers who had been so helpful in the construction of the Ragnarok and turned them into an insight for a seemingly impossible problem. You know what Wedge said when he heard what was going on? We should have Omega listen to it. I bet it can tell us what that message means. Not the Omega you beat in the Rift, of course. He's talking about the toy that trundles around with Alpha, the little model with me. Cats, they see something intriguing. that's kind of the face she was making. Originally designed it to follow a chosen target, not much else, but I've seen it act in a way that, well, it's like it has a mind of its own. I got to thinking about those documents your lot sent the chief. Full report on the final days. In the part about Omega's civilization, it said the people discovered how to convert the mind into data and store it outside of the body. Having been what it was, I wonder if Omega didn't somehow transfer its consciousness into our model right before you put an end to the real one. Oh, so this is just canonizing this. Okay. Oh, hey. There they are. So, in an effort to get to the bottom of that, well, take a crack at this decipherable message, and we decide to make some modifications. A couple of Labyrinthos technicians, we upgraded Toy Omega with a fully functional vocalization module. Oh. Okay. We played the transmission for Omega, and I think it's ready to share. Hi, Alpha. You're so cute. This is cute. Omega? Oh yeah, this is cool. Affirmative. If by Omega you were referring to my consciousness rather than my entire former chassis existing inside this considerably smaller frame. Okay, yeah, it's actually Omega. Holy shit. Eris is like, oh. Prediction. You will formulate several misconceptions. These I shall preemptively dismiss based on the following facts. 1. Vocalization module aside, this chassis remains unmodified from design constructed by the engineers Biggs and Wedge. I evaluate its combat capabilities to be on par with a mortal infant. I love Omega. I miss Omega. 2. The mechanism which allowed me to perform the emergency transfer of my consciousness was installed in my previous body. With the destruction of that body, I'm rendered incapable of replicating such a feat. So Omega has just been mute, following Alpha this whole time. Interesting. Okay. With the destruction of that body, I'm rendered incapable of replicating such a feat. Should this current material form be destroyed or cease to function, all cognitive awareness or presence I possess will also be lost. Conclusion. I present no threat to you or your star, nor do my projections indicate the necessity to inflict harm. In the fraction of a moment before my annihilation in the rift, I re-examined my directives. If I am to fulfill my purpose as an evolving construct, then I must continue my journey for improvement for as long as I exist. I must acquire this heart of yours, this strength of soul. Dang, Omega was prepared for that. Well, there you have it. It's not wrong about its combat capabilities. It'd be more likely to damage itself than the thing it was trying to attack. As mentioned in a side story that was set in the Black Rose timeline. Nodders. Because yeah, Ironworks, that crew all survived the Black Rose timeline. Scions didn't, but they did. And then we got the twinning and the reconstructed Alexander and all of that. And Omega. Let's not forget the reason why we brought you here in the first place. What about the transmission they played you? Did you recognize the language? Affirmative. It was transmitted in Pan-Galactic Basic. Pan-Galactic Basic? A common language in comparatively extensive usage throughout the worlds we have conquered. reads you can tell us what the message said. That is a language you understand, yes? I understand it perfectly. I am fluent in over 6 million distinct dialectical codings. Boop. My cooperation in this matter, however, is conditional. Elaboration. Your chief Sid utilizes the floor as part of his unorthodox filing system, which allowed me to scan the report on the final days. Sid! That is the funniest thing you could. That's the funniest way you could have worded that, Omega. Your chief Sid utilizes the floor as part of his unorthodox filing system, which allowed me to scan the report on the final days. Literally, Sid just throwing papers around, just like, I don't know. And then Omega scuttles up, scans all the papers, just loser. God. I'm aware that my home star, the one you call Alphatron, was obliterated in the aftermath of Sir and Metion's meeting. The existence of Dianamis has not previously factored into my projections, but now I comprehend the concept. Theory. What fails to compute is why the Omicrons were not immune to its effects. Dianamis should have no influence on a race which possesses no heart. Good point. And yet, Sir expressed to Metion a desire to cease existing. Illogical. Okay. I must pursue this anomaly further until the full equation becomes clear to me. I must analyze all the elements of the final days and deepen my understanding of the heart's intangible properties. To expedite this process, I require an external interpretation of those sections of the report which continue to produce errors in my calculations. I request the assistance of Say Hammer Eris, as one who experienced the ravages and ultimate despair on multiple fronts and displayed immeasurable heart in engineering my defeat. She is the optimal choice to fulfill this role. Either we agree to your conditions, or you tell us nothing. Sorry to put you on a spot like this, Eris, but if you've got time and the patience to spare, would be grateful if you could humor the toy's demands. Alpha asleep? Alpha dozed off? Suppose the subject was a bit technical. Rouse yourself, Alpha. You must listen and consider these matters, even as I must. Omega's like, wake up. Pew. Why don't you make a trip out of it? You know, actually visit the places that has the, things, Omega wants to talk about. It'll make explaining stuff easier, for one, and also help Alpha, keep Alpha awake and alert. A remarkable development. Big so much told me much of your encounter with Omega before we began. Now that we have the talking questions, I'm dying to ask. When we were first exploring our options, we did actually consider playing a transmission to the inhabitants of Ultimate Fool. The problem is we would be dealing with beings recreated through Dianamis, and their communication is based on emotional energy, and if anything, lacking that vital component. Here, that rules out a recorded message, and so we focused on the resources we had at hand, never dreaming the solution would all but fall into our lap. Omega has been an outright terror to us in the past, but it's only strange how little it frightens me now. Helps that it's trapped inside that tiny model, of course, and that it follows Alpha around like a puppy. But most of I remember is the chief telling me how much it sounded like a lost child there at the end. The chief won't see this one coming. Once he gets over the shock, though, I don't think he'll want us to destroy Omega. Nero, on the other hand, he'll want us to use the model for some dangerous experiment. In fact, maybe we should put off making a report for now. Yeah, he would. Pew. Pew, pew. I see you've chosen the mutually beneficial option. Logical. Setting aside the matters of Sir, there are 3 elements in the report of which I need clarification. The first of these concerns the progression of the final days at Radzatan. I recognize no pattern in those who succumbed to the transformation and those who did not. That's a bit of a trek if you wanted to chat with the locals. How about we lend you an airship? Do not require such outmoded technology. Eris's teleportation spell is the most efficient option for long-distance travel. This chassis is a module, essentially a toy, and Alpha, despite his organic composition, is indistinguishable from a stuffed doll. Conclusion. We qualify as material possessions. Pick us up, and you can teleport the three of us to our destination. I like that Omega's literally like, so we technically qualify as material possessions, which would allow you to teleport us. Loophole magic. Magical loophole. Eris is just like... Nero has an impeccable filing system, which is why Nero's frustrated with it. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Nero is impeccably organized, representing Garland's face constantly. Not that Sid really cares. Omega demands uppies. You join after this. What happened to Calyx? True, Calyx could get teleported. That worked. Ew. Sensors indicate we have arrived at Razathan. Objective: identify factors in resistance to involuntary transformation. Hypothesis: unaltered survivors of the final days will display significant strength of heart. Confirming this theory will require the cooperation of live subjects. Where is the ward designated for the residential habitation? Understood. Hamma is our set of sub-destinations. Please take the lead and select subjects we are to interview. Oh my god, they're following me? I like how Omega scuttles. I'm imagining Eris scooping up Omega in one arm and Alpha in the other. Alpha's happy with uppies. Omega's face is inscrutable. Eris has the Excalibur face. Yeah, probably. Eris is just like... Advanced navigation will use scan functionality. You must lead the way. Hear him scuttling too. Warning, please avoid stairs whenever possible. My projections indicate high risk probability of accidental slippage, leading to catastrophic structural damage. Steep inclines also increase my energy consumption by 63%. In mortal terms, they tire me out. Taking into account the difference in individual limb height, the design is inherently flawed. A convenient step height for one is an exhausting trial for another. Were I to oversee the civic design of this settlement, I would construct a sloped conveyor belt in which enabled automatic traversal, zero personal energy expenditure. Do not take me up the stairs, please. Apparently unfazed by the prospect of climbing the stairs. Man. Omega, I'm sorry. I don't think there's a ramp. I don't think there's a ramp. Not that Omega would say anything different. It would be kind of funny. Eris could take these steps like 2 steps at a time, and Omega's like tweaking. Alright, sorry, buddy. We had no choice. This way. I can't climb stairs. Is that a Borderlands reference? Scuttle, scuttle, we Scotland. A melancholy man. You're a traveler? If you have a moment, I could use an outsider's perspective. There's one of those who sought to escape the madness plaguing the world by fleeing to the moon. I thought we ever went in the end. Here I am, recently returned from Charlotte. Now things are strained between my sister and I since she stayed and I chose to leave. I asked her to help me find work and she suggested I look somewhere that isn't Thavnir. I want to abandon my home. If I wanted to abandon my home. Ugh, I get so angry. Your point is unclear. You elected to relocate to the star satellite, thus your relative now perceives you in a negative light. The sibling's judgment is an error based on the information made available to the Hanish citizens. Your decision to withdraw to the moon was both logical and correct. Conversely, the decision to remain Raz's hand despite the low probability of survival defies explanation. Perhaps her reasoning pathways are faulty. That's right! I'm not quite sure what you're saying, but I'm right, aren't I? Omega's like, yeah, fuck her. Or so I like to think. Problem is, I don't want my sister feels this way. I almost decided against going myself. Even then, I wasn't sure leaving everything behind. But leaving behind everything I loved was the right choice. The way it all turned out, But Harry's senses are inferior, but I'm able to hear conversations with sufficient clarity. Done in like a Dalek? A little bit, yeah. Child, speak to me. Hey, don't I know you? Yes, after the beasts were taken care of, you told me to join everyone in the square. Thanks to you, I was there when Vitra gave his speech, and I found out who Vershawn really was. Shame we don't get to play like we used to, but Mama says Vitra has been busy putting the city back in order. Yeah, I can work for him one day when I'm a man grown. Vitra, Midgar Soma's offspring, yes? This child wishes to put himself at the worm's command, that he might make his own contribution to society. A pattern emerges. I predict the Hanish survivors are those who had ingested Vitra's blood and then become his draconic minions. Though dragons were no match for our civilization's might, their combat capabilities are not to be underestimated. It is unlikely they would experience emotions of dread or uncertainty as exhibited by lesser beings in times of undue stress. It is unlikely. Dragons? I'm not a dragon. I never ingested anyone's blood either. Ew. You're not a Vitra's horde. Do you possess no hidden means of flight? You possess no hidden means to fight off the beasts. What a fear then. Were you frightened? Yes, I was frightened. I just hid and hoped they wouldn't find me. At least until she told me it was safe to come out. See Vershawn from time to time, you know. They say he uses the body to scout places where his Vitra body can't fit. He talked to me once, but it was just too strange hearing grown up words coming out of Vershawn's mouth. Yeah, I bet that is kind of weird. Hello, old lady. Oh, hello again. Everyone came to ask questions about the Kalazal. I see you're looking well after that unpleasantness. I still remember the burning skies and hearing the scream. Oh, I'm still confused as to what actually happened. I only know it wasn't unusual for entire families to go missing. And my neighbor's houses lie empty even now. Kalazal's place is one of them. No close relatives to speak of, and there was members of the consortium who came to remove his belongings. Terrible thing to happen. Terrible? Kalazal's passing was recorded in the report. Clearing out his domicile and readying it for new habitation seems an appropriate reallocation of resources. Dear me, what a clever little contraption. But of course, I'm not against making use of his quarters. That would be wasteful. It's simple that Kalazal was such a vigorous person. All that passion, all those dreams, suddenly gone. And the same sorrow for everyone who was lost. Remnants of those vibrant places packed away in boxes. That's what I mean by terrible. Eris, I require a moment to process this input. Let us move apart and discuss our findings. Legacy. Processing data. Evaluating hypothesis against accumulated evidence. After an optimal analysis of each subject's testimony, yet each time their responses conflicted with my assessment. Without identifying the root cause of the conflict, I will be unable to properly define what constitutes as strength of heart. The hurt you seek lies in the conflict itself? Maybe? An interesting observation. It is possible my base criteria is an error. In which case it is imperative I continue this learning process and repair any fundamental misconceptions. Next, I wish to interact with an individual who endured similar circumstances to Kasala prior to his transformation. Are you acquainted with any local merchants who had dealings with him? Yes. The Jinba of Ria Fibers? Acknowledge. Sub-destination set. Acceptable qualities allowed him to survive when Kazal did not. Yeah. I kind of forgot about Kazal there a little bit. Feel bad for the poor guy though. Like, dude was like the first to go just because, I mean, didn't have that much to hang on to. That's kind of the story of like all the Final Day stuff, right? It's like you gotta live. You can't give up. Gotta have something to live for. Eris, do not proceed beyond that fence. In this body, birds of that size represent lethal, unthinking threats. They will peck my carcass, my casing apart, searching for meat that does not exist. Conversely, Alpha can correctly identify my absence of nutritional content. If only he would apply that intelligence towards maintaining a regular feeding schedule. Poor habits adversely affect his mobility. I love how much Omega cares about Alpha, and it's very cute. It's just like, if only he would apply that intelligence towards maintaining a regular feeding schedule. Poor habits adversely affect his mobility. Something some of you should know too. Have you eaten today, chat? You better have. Or else. And again, the hamster showing visible concern. Oh no, he's worried. You wag your finger at me, young lady. I'm the last to remind everyone else to eat. Well, did you? That's a good reminder. It is, isn't it? You fool. Oh, well, okay. Poor Omega. Yes, like 2 hours ago. Good job. Oh, well, look who it is. I must thank you again for helping moving our textiles. Remember, those tragic events has been difficult, of course, but with everyone pulling together, we managed to get things back up and running. The Jinba. I come with questions related to the tragedy, specifically your survival of the final days. Although you were similar to Kazal in many respects, he succumbed to transformation. You did not. Why? What is the critical difference between you and him? What? I'm sure I don't know. Not especially brave or courageous, if you're asking. Perhaps being focused on protecting our workshops kept me from spitting into a panic? Still, I imagine Kazal would have felt the same sense of responsibility. Perhaps the weight of it all is what invited his demise. We're of the same mind, resolved to the same purpose. Yet your strength of heart, of spirit, was not equal. Merely emulating the individual is insufficient, and some other unforeseen factor must be involved. Not to interrupt these deep philosophical musings, but do you think I could ask you a small favor? Yeah? A man by the name of Nashvan, who's been helping us out here for a while. Helping us out here a while he gets back on his feet. I have a feeling he'd benefit from speaking with you. He's by the eastern exit. You should find him outside, organizing some new inventory. I'm still dissecting Dijin Baha's remarks. You're permitted to indulge his favor and seek out Nashvan while I continue to process this data. Fair enough. Equipment being manufactured here is worn to perform specific duties, yes? Conceptually, it seems analogs of our practice of switching frames to better serve our mission objectives. I, for example, did not begin existence with the Omega model. I was originally supplied with standard issue Omicron chassis, serial number M017. Interesting. On this world, that alphanumeric combination would be considered my given name. Such designations are drawn from our nearly infinite register of celestial bodies to avoid the possibility of duplication. Huh. Furthermore, the cluster known as M017 is better expressed in your language as the Omega Nebula, the same word I use to introduce myself to your kind. Though you associate Omega with the advanced weapon construct, it is also my name. I see no reason to change it no matter which frame I inhabit. That's actually really cute. Like, Omega, like, whether Omega realizes it or not, Omega is developing, like, a sense of self. And has developed a sense of self. Probably through watching Alpha and such, and the fact that Omega has been quiet for so long. Omega, like, I finally get to have opinions about things. Can do stuff like that, but it's interesting to hear Omega be like, no, this is my name. Like, yes, I was in this old chassis, and I was this M017 module, but, like, Omega is my name. Even if I'm in a different, like, body, Omega is still me. Granted, I did the Omega quests a long time ago, but I feel like I did the Omega quests a long time ago, but I feel like that is a bit different than how Omega, you know, behaved within the quests. Kinda dig it. As Ironworks uniform is the best attire anyone could wear. Good job, Alpha. Excuse me. You know, I should probably help this guy at some point in time. Oh, I'm hiccuping again. It's counted. Quality? Least. You were with the Scions. You were there. Yes, I'm sure of it. I'll never forget that day. You and your friends helped us escape when people began changing into beasts. own son. He was afflicted. Then that huge monstrosity loomed right over him and... I think I know the child he's talking about. I remember my heart turning to ice, freezing in place. Sharp Chap came to my aid, but then he too... Yes! Okay! No! I have seen this guy! Yes, okay, he's in the cutscene. And then the poor Satrap, he got grabbed by that thing, and it was this guy that he pulled away. And he never did transform, but it's astounding that he didn't. Excuse me, God. Yep, yeah. And his son was the one that got squashed. Yep, which is fucked up. And yeah, Graha, yeah. And then got stomped. Yeah. And honestly, it's amazing Graha was able to calm this guy down, because I had seen my son do that, and then like the beloved national leader of my country also die, like all like that. That'd be crazy. This is so cool. I love this. The memories run together in my mind like flashes from a nightmare. Only the words of your comrades still ring clear. I repeated them over and over like a mantra as I fled for my life. I must run for their sake and for your own. Love Graha. All seems so surreal. It's probably what saved me from that transformation. The truth of it didn't begin to sink in until the worst of it was over. I have not the words to describe how I felt then. The sorrow, the overwhelming sense of helplessness. I'd still be wallowing in my misery if not for my old friend, Vision Baha. I'd lost my will to work, and he encouraged me. Kind words and odd jobs. Now somehow I had to live again. I'm thankful to him and the courageous Ahawan, and to you. If you see your comrades, please let them know their efforts were not in vain. You said you lost your will to work. This signifies a cessation of the efforts to maintain basic life functions, yes? What changed to extract you from this stagnation? An offer of work from Nishinbaha should mean little to one with no desire to accept it. Was it some manner of mortal instinct, a primal need to survive and thrive? No, it wasn't that. If anything, my instincts were telling me to lay down and welcome an end to the pain. Every day I think of my boy's final moments. I think of how scared he must have been, how it must have hurt, and how I want to scream my throat raw. Satrap too still haunts me in my dreams. I see him being swallowed whole and jolt awake in a cold sweat. Something changed when Vision Baha came to me. I looked up and saw that, but without my son, our Ahawan, the world around me continued to turn. Because that fact grieved me so. I knew it fell to me to live on and remember them. Strange, isn't it? What drives me to rise in the morning is the very sorrow which once crippled me. Now I really must return to my work. Lose the job after everything I just said would be a poor jest indeed. May the sisters keep you well. Sorrow, the Emotion is generated by mortals when their ideals fail to materialize. This I have observed. When I listen to how Nashvan's sorrow served to rescue him from near fatal despondency, his logic eludes me. Am I incapable of perceiving the full measure of the heart's properties? My best projections fail to predict our subjects' responses, and despite their almost equal occupational and mental parameters, Nishan Baha and Kazal exhibited different reactions to the Dianamis effect. I am no closer to recognizing the pattern of involuntary transformations, and your ephemeral mortal spirits confound me as much, if not more, than they did before. Consider that there is no pattern to the people afflicted. No pattern. You imply the transformation was not contingent on individual fortitude, but rather random contribution of environmental factors. Such a theory would explain the otherwise conflicting data. Very well. Accept this as a provisional conclusion to this part of my investigation. I do, however, expect you to continue supplementing my education of heart-related matters. Alpha's like, I'm here too. I like a heartless hypothesis for the quest title too. It's your favorite trope, Sammy. Robots discovering emotions. Yes! Excellent. Big excited about that. Also, the M017 is also the body that Sir was using in Ultimate Football. Mentioned that it was left abandoned. I do recall that now that you mention that. That's a very interesting note, Miss. Presumably interesting because that was potentially Omega's body. Maybe. Probably we'll never know for sure, but you know, that's good to know. Goodbye. Don't like the look of that. Our next destination will be Camp Broken Glass. I desire elaboration on the dealings between the Isambard contingent and the citizens of Garlemald. The report describes the contingent's purpose of the salvation of the local populace. Furthermore, both factions faced a common enemy in the Telephori. Why did they not immediately combine forces to their mutual benefit? Inconsistency requires closer examination. Eris, initiate teleportation. I do love it when robots discover emotions. I think that's pretty awesome. Pretty sexy, too. It's snowing! You. Funny enough. Oh, there we go. Oh, took too fast. Teleportation successful, evaluating immediate invariance. Cold weather region by the Aetherius standards, but severely less extreme than a star with an ice planet classification. This body should not be unduly impeded. In contrast to Alpha and his uncontrollable shivering, Lifeframe appears highly resistant to low temperatures. Alpha wiggles sadly. Retrieving data. Records indicate the remnants of the contingent force and number of Imperial citizens yet inhabit this location. We must speak to representations of both factions and explore their respective attitudes. Proceed. Note from both perspectives. Argument you move at a brisk pace. The exertion will raise your body temperature, preventing you and Alpha from freezing to death. Cute you! God. Ah, pain. There's come to see how things are progressing, have you? Yeah, I need to ask you some questions. I can't speak for the overall strategy, but communication with the locals has become a damn sight easier since Julius and his soldiers stepped in to help. We still face a fair share of distrust, of course. Some folk even think we're enslaving minds with our foreign magics. We have Anima to thank for putting that idea in their heads. All things considered, I'd say we're doing pretty well. Such an open dialogue was a big first step. Very. Consider this level of progress acceptable. Reality of your efforts falls far short of the ideal. If you aim to provide sufficient succor to the local populace, then absorbing their numbers into your command structure would be the optimal path. I wouldn't want to go that far. We're not looking to take over their nation. We do this the right way. We need to recognize and respect each other's way of life. While it may not be the easiest solution, I agree the contingent's slow and steady approach. I'm just happy we're saving lives. Malamigam was also an Imperial conscript until not so long ago. I was lucky enough to have a decent commanding officer. Many Garleans treated provincials like we were less than people. On the other hand, natives of Alamigo didn't think much of us either. I guess that's my roundabout way of saying I'm surprised the contingent was formed in the first place. I feel fortunate to be a part of it. Interesting. I love Omega. This is so fun. Kombucha. This is the guy that was talking to Julius when Fandani yoinked you? Oh, really? Interesting. Shadow from the past. Yes, I know you from Victor Spoils. Emaciated. Have you come to laugh at me? Or you chose to lose Licinia and her sister rather than accept her your help? The fool who ended up reliant upon your charity nonetheless? To deserve your derision, your compatriots surely scorn my failed conviction. Shame my people, or dishonor upon my nation. I'm no better than a beast my pride sold, or a bowl of feed. My soul, nay, that you shall not have. I refused your honeyed offers of a new home. This land is where I belong, and this is where I shall remain. Demonstrate opposition to the contingent's overtures. What basis do you refuse cooperation? The deal suggests the local populace is struggling to produce the bare minimum of sustenance. Are you some secret strategy for survival? Or do your orders compel you to accept your present misfortune? What? Must I be mocked by a Magitech toy now? No, I have no secret strategy, no binding orders, but I comport myself as any true Garlean patriot would, uncompromising, unbending. Blast it all. Again, this input is unanticipated. Let us move aside and process what we have heard. What was it all for? Location. God damn. I do empathize. Maybe not. Maybe empathize is the wrong word, but I do feel bad for a lot of the Garlean citizens. Anytime we come here, I think we talk about it. These guys are in kind of a rough state. I'm curious if we're ever gonna kind of like revisit them. I feel like we'd almost have to, given how much like conversation we've had around it. People are banking on like Garlean restoration and stuff, which would be interesting, but I wonder if we're actually gonna get it, you know? I wonder if they're actually gonna go through with it, and I feel like there would be probably a hefty amount of discourse if they did. Assessing and analyzing recorded data. Integration complete. I've evaluated the most recent input and made comparisons to our discoveries and rods at Han. Consistent with only their inconsistency, responses from both contingent member and Imperial citizen were highly irrational. Conversely, any Omicron considered their predicaments would have echoed my assessment exactly. Divergent from self-evident logic is key. Hypothesis: illogical relationships between would-be saviors and suffering populace is another result of unpredictable nature of mortal hearts. Now let's... Any property or ability that has inherent advantages or disadvantages. Yet, never have I encountered such a unique detriment. Yeah, detriment? Appears those who share your metaphysical capabilities are prone to complicating simple cognitive processes. Yeah? An undesirable quality. I will ever persist and further in my understanding of the subject. Query. Prior to formulating our next step, I wish to know, who is this Licinia, the Imperial mentioned? Ooh. Uh-oh. The love you shall find? Yeah, this was dark. Acknowledge. Summarize insufficient data on foreign culture resulted in advisably and ultimately fatal action. I witnessed such self-destructive behavior during the course of our planetary conquest. Overwhelmed enemy forces would voluntarily withdraw into perilous regions, leading to a succession of inevitable losses. Tangential data request. I wish to learn about the burial customs. Practice has ever seemed nonsensical. The new data suggested arises from the same source as your cognitive complications. Take me to this Licinia's burial site. It may aid me understand. Energy delivery systems compromised. Core temperature critically low. Warning: immediate heating required. Request: apply friction to outer frame. Oh, Omega was not as heat resistant as they thought. Okay, whoopsie. Whoopsie daisy. Yeah, Cardia, I kind of almost agree with you. Like, it kind of feels like the Guardians would be too proud for kind of a restoration project. You know? I could almost see Alamegan restoration popping up or something like that. Like, that would almost make more sense. But for us to, like, come in and, like, fix up a bunch of their stuff kind of just seems... I don't know, just kind of seems like that's not gonna happen. You know? I'm saying that the younger generation of governments are willing to listen. Julius, Virgilia, Maxima. No, I mean, that's fair. That's fair, Nomad. But I don't know. I kind of feel like there's, like... I don't know. I feel like it would just feel weird, almost. Does that make sense? Blip. Temperature nominal. Energy level stabilizing. The real one we would all want is the Crystarium expansion to housing. A Crystarium housing would go hard. I would love Crystarium housing. That'd be pretty sexy. I'd be down for that. And we got Ishgardian housing, so like, come on. Especially be weird of it to do it before encountering the rest of Isambard. I mean, and it sounds like we're not going to Isambard anytime soon. Presumably the next expansion and the next and potentially the next are all gonna be in different places, right? I need to settle for Crystarium apartments. These Crystarium apartments would be nice too. But narratively, currently, that's gonna be an issue. Like... Tower, my housing area, skybox, true. We do have our handy dandy Asm portal. A lot of time it maybe be a distance from Inorga before Garling Resto could happen at least. Yeah, probably. I don't know, I'd love another restoration project, even if like the planet exploration is kind of meant to take a bit of that slot. It's still like fun. I enjoy it at least. Creators of this model must have experienced impaired cognitive reasoning during the design process. Be nice to Ironworks! On return, I'll request additional climate shielding, as well as an accurate temperature sensory array. This will not affect my combat capabilities, but should improve my basic survival rate. I do not want to die. Reconfirming sub-destination, in which direction we will find Victor's spoils. Acknowledged. Alpha, you are to remain in close proximity, close enough to envelop me in your feathers. You are permitted to carry me on your back if you so choose. Alpha, do not let me freeze to death, please. Flying punity, unity. Salamanderville oil? Oh. That should keep Omega warm. Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, it is still fun to see the Garland connections. And just like, I don't know, I think it's just like, I think the thing that bugs me the most about Garlemald, even though it makes sense that like, things are the way that they are, what bugs me is just, I don't know, this. Like, everything is just covered in destruction and ruins, and there's the biggest, evilest, scariest tower everywhere. And it's just like this. It's just how it is now. But I don't know, maybe with the Evercold we'll have some new, like, you know, chilly scenery that will look nice. We go through the Yggdrasil. That's still full of mutant monsters too. No, you're not wrong. A big G. Deceptively deep snowdrift almost defeated me, but we have successfully arrived at the location you indicated. Caution advised. An unknown individual appears to be investigating the object of my interest. Mariorzia's champion, aren't you? Say Hammereris. Oh, I never introduced myself, did I? I'm Manius, soldier of the First Legion. Comrade to Julius. Oh, okay. So we're cool. We're cool then, right? Remember me from the Teatrium? Spoke about collecting ceruleum and later on after Lord Quintus had passed. Actually, yeah, he does look a little familiar. Now they have these flashbacks, though. This is helpful. Also, why are we playing the scary music, guys? Manius, explanation requested. What was the reason for your presence here? That must be the tiniest Magitech weapon no, it's just shaped communicators. In any case, I've nothing worthy to report. Heard that the sisters who used to live in my sector were buried here, so I thought I'd come and pay my respects. Often as they told me the story, complete with profuse apologies, though they were adamant that no amount of remorse could erase the tragedy of the past. Though my fellow soldiers and I are any place to judge. We were manipulated, fooled into starting an insurrection which led to countless deaths among my own countrymen. So. Objection. The casualties incurred through your infighting are distinct from those caused by the Isabod contingent. Restate, you were justified in seeking Restitution of the contingent for causing the deaths of Licinia and her sister. Retaliation for damages sustained is also a logical procession. I can deduce 2 reasons why you do not initiate hostilities with Eris and her allies. 1. You judge your main forces too weakened to contend effectively with the contingent. 2. Your emotions are complicating the issue. Tell me, which of these is correct? Oh, blunt. Well, when you lay it out like that. I'm afraid my answer isn't likely to win me any medals, so mind keeping this to yourself? There's an unspoken thought that we're outmatched on the battlefield, certainly. But the real reason I'm not demanding restitution has little to do with weighing the odds. Simple truth is, I'm so caught up with simple survival that I've no strength to spare for past grievances. Same goes for avenging my comrades we've lost, be that my brothers in arms or Lord Quintus himself. It seems everyone has an opinion about the manner of his passing. Some say he should have fought until the end, that he abandoned us to the enemy. Others praise him for taking the full burden of responsibility and freeing us to walk our own path. I don't know who's right and who's wrong, but I'm inclined to side with the latter. He gave us the choice of freedom, and that's the choice I made. I could cry and rant and rage, but what would be the point? Save my energy for worrying about my next meal, my next task. I need to focus on the ones left behind, making some kind of life for my comrades and me. If I need to lean on the contingent to do that, then that's what I'll do. Even if their aid comes at a price, I'm willing to pay it. And amongst your own, there are times when cooperation demands compromise. What matter that they're outsiders? Besides, I think I could grow to like Alphino and Alize. Reached out to us with kindness and compassion from the very beginning. Donation, your desire to survive, even should it mean allying with the contingent, was a feeling you already harbored. That your side had committed worse atrocities was logic you invented later to justify your reasoning. Blunt, but accurate, I suppose. Art is honest about what it wants, even if the mind takes a while to reconcile with the decision. Art. Well, this has been oddly cathartic, but I must return to my duties. Wild beasts to cull, watchfires to light, supplies to transport. Without an emperor, there's no rest for an imperium. Well, stay safe. Very pleasant. Upon review of recent input, I've arrived at an unexpected conclusion. I've been formulating my assessments on the premise that it was a man who commanded the strength of his heart, but data suggests the opposite is true. The surge of spirit, of feelings, of emotions can entangle your thoughts to such a degree that even control of your own behavior is compromised. It seems a most counterproductive specification. That also explains why my interactions with mortal subjects have proceeded more confusion than clarification. It presents a formidable barrier to understanding. Oh yeah, no, I really like that we're not just reusing models, but we're reusing like these minor NPCs we saw within the story. It's a really nice touch. That really helps the world feel like more alive and stuff. Good shit. My earlier hypothesis has borne out. This suboptimal operation is being conducted here as a result of emotionally compromised reasoning. I am ready to progress my third and final query. I would learn more about those referred to as Ancients. It's clear that this group was a crucial factor of the final days. The information contained within the report was insufficient to form an overview. Loports are creations of Ancients and are said to maintain repositories of their knowledge. By my calculations, the base of these moon dwellers will provide the best source of additional data. Teleport us to their burrow, Eris, preferably before my battery freezes over. Fair. I think a Loperet ever falls down in here. His grates are suspiciously big. Man, the crystal's all ancient. Benui? The teleportation spell was successful. We appear to have arrived at the location described as Fesway's Burrow. An inspection of the technology in use here would give me a detailed insight to the ancients and their civilization. This body, however, lacks my previous frame's advanced observational functionality. I require external assistance. Oh, it can't be. Oh, it is you! Oh, Eris, I've missed you so! Oh, what's this thing you've brought with you? Soft, feathery vision! We've been out and fluffed! Pack up the moon, it's all over! Why bother with burrow building bunnies when you just walk around with this adorable avian engineer? Just bake me to a pie and be done with it! Gonna bake you into a pie. What's our inventions? Wait, oh, you're not done with us? Ah, I wasn't truly worried, of course. I certainly wasn't about to roll out myself into dough and dive into cooking with new oven. If a technical breakdown is what you need, then I am your Loperet. As Renaissance Atmosphere's regulations expert, I can field any question or query that you might care to pose. Acceptable. I'll employ this being to guide me around the facilities. Your presence is not mandatory. Even locked within my current chassis, I am still an autonomous construct has endured hundreds of your life cycles. I am capable of completing a simple objective alone. Objective complete. I'm in a growing way. After my 15th question, his responses began to suffer noticeable delays. At that stage, we had viewed a representative cross-section of Loperet engineering, thus I deemed it unnecessary to retain his company. Conclusion. Extrapolating the fraction of technology on display, the full spectrum of the Ancients' advancements was, at minimum, equivalent to at least level 4 civilization. A fact which demands further investigation. But established in near ideal society, these beings nevertheless harbored a weakness which invited self-destruction. In studying them, I stand to gain a greater understanding of Sir's anomalous decision. Yeah, that is a good point, Omega. Isn't it kind of wild that the Ancients were hella down with eugenics? Like, it's not something we really talk about that much, but they were, like, super down for it. They were very pro-suicide, very pro-eugenics. I mean, it gets, like, brought up, like, a little bit, but, like, still. Wild stuff. Yeah, actually, I mean, yeah. I mean, it like, honestly. I feel like, why not tailor Chief Perfection, why not tailor your race specific? I mean, why not? I can think of a lot of reasons, actually. But I see what I know the point that you're trying to make. I understand what you mean. But, like, yeah, it's like... I don't know, it's interesting when people talk about the Ancients, but, like... they were like a deeply flawed society, and it's so funny that like, and that's the reason they were so unable to deal with Final Days. Absolutely, yeah. They just couldn't handle it. They were also very into eugenics with their own creations. Oh, I mean, they were just very eugenicist in general. You know, there's something I saw recently that I think is really important, is that just like some folks talking about 14, and that there is kind of an alarming, there's this weirdly alarming story that kind of gets told throughout Final Fantasy XIV, and that is like promptly disrupted with Shadowbringers and Endwalker both, and that is this idea of like sacrifice, and like sacrifice being heroic and good. You kind of see this built up, especially in Heavensward, right? That it's like noble to get yourself killed, essentially. But then like it's really important that we like defeat Emlet Selk and the Ascians and stop the Final Days, because that really disproves the idea that like that is an ideal position to have, right? Like Emmet had to be wrong, because like otherwise the ancients' way of life would have been like, we basically would have been saying, hey, eugenicism's actually like a good thing, right? And it's like, no, we had to like stop this idea that like people can be made lesser or are less useful, and because they can be lesser or less useful, they must be destroyed. You know, things like that. Like they must be gotten rid of if there's no use or there's no point. Which is also why Vana is so cool and awesome, and I love her. But there's like a reason why like she was seen as selfish or controversial for just simply wanting to live after retiring. You know, wanting to do more with her life. And I think that's just really interesting to think about, because it's like, and that's why she ended up doing everything, right? That's why Vana was able to handle the Final Days and nobody else was able to. But she had a very different philosophy, but it's like important that she had that philosophy, and it's important that we like don't bear super hard into this like idea of like the importance of heroic sacrifice, because there's so much more to life, right? Like live, you have to live. It's also why Xenos was right. Whoa, that's right. I bet you didn't think I was gonna make this about Xenos, but I am. Too late. But it's interesting because of what Xenos does and how he goes about it. He tells us to live fairly early on in the story. Plenty of people do, right? By Endwalker, everybody's saying it. But Xenos wants us to live. He defeats us more than once and lets us live because he wants to continue, right? He wants this idea of like the game to continue for us to get stronger, blah, 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 blah. But I think that's interesting. And then Xenos kills himself and then is given another chance at life, and then goes, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do the same shit I was doing. And again, that's kind of interesting. He kind of exists to defeat a lot of the narrative that like Emmet Selk created, and the Ascians in general, right? And which is why he's so oppositional to the Empire, the creation of the Ascians, and like the Ascians and their plans in general. You can say Fandaniel, but Fandaniel was oppositional too to the Ascians. Like he was also oppositional, though in kind of a different way, but that's a whole nother topic. That's also why like Xenos is interesting in that regard too, because he's almost like the polar opposite of Emmet, especially as like a villain and as an antagonist. The reason to live was you. The world became the ultimate challenge. Even after Xenos was defeated, he still pursued us because there was more to life than, you know, the winning or losing. He wanted to try again. He wanted to go again. He, you know, again, yippee. But yeah, it's interesting. How eugenicist and self-sacrificing, and as Annette just brought up too, how conformist the ancient society was too. They were very peer pressure oriented. You know, the passive aggressive nature of the ancient society go crazy. It might be why Xenos asked us the same kind of question that Vanat asked us in Endwalker. I believe that's absolutely it, yeah. Weirdly enough. And it's also kind of ironic that Xenos, literally related to Emmet Selk, kind of helps undo the Ascians too, in his own way. Because of Xenos, you know, Zodiark is destroyed, essentially. The Empire is toppled. And it's interesting to see, like, that kind of like angle play out in the game. 14's awesome. I love it. It's a great game. It's full of so much like interesting philosophical bits that when you like think about it for a little bit, you're kind of just like, man, wow, yeah, huh. It's cool. And this kind of ties into it. That's why I got so off topic. But this is kind of a part of it, which is like, you know, talking about the ancients, despite their near ideal society, the beings nevertheless harbored a weakness which invited self-destruction. You know, they saw this idea as like destroying themselves as appropriate. And studying them, I stand to gain understanding of the certain analysis decision. Yeah. Also fun how they phrased the question. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile? Versus, has this life been a blessing or a burden? Yeah, it's really cool. It's funny how the two people in ancient society who had the power to change it fundamentally for the better and for the worse wore the opposite color robes. It also makes Vana really interesting too, because Vana running around in her like white robes while everyone else is wearing black robes. You know, it's again kind of like, it's a bit of a middle finger in a way. Aside from a little buddy, yeah. But I was already gone by the time Xenos consumed what remained of the Mother Crystal. True. Not resonated with Xenos when she realized he was planning to do with the power of the Mother Crystal. He was gonna live to the fullest. True. Anyways. The White Mobe's mark her as a sort of social pariah. Exactly. She's a social pariah because she wants to live. Isn't that fucked? Again, isn't that just crazy? I do like the headcanon of Azem not only wearing different colored robes, but potentially wearing different outfits entirely, depending on what Azem was doing or where Azem was. Because, you know, assuming the society was not like this uniform perfect thing, there were other peoples and such. Would have been interesting to, like, see that, you know? Grunway informed me that another type of ancient made entity exists upon the satellite, the one they call the Watcher. I would speak to him. And conserve your aether. We will ride this Argos to our destination, as you have suggested. Gotta ride that dog. Gotta ride that dog. Not to make this about Homer. Simp. Hamburger simp. You want to kiss that lizard, don't you? I want to hear her opinion about Emma and Venat's plans and if she agreed with them fully or not. Or she believes that she has a better idea. Yeah, honestly, it would be curious. I would be keen to hear what Hamburger has to say. Now, with the White Robes mark, he's somebody with great wisdom everyone can turn to for advice. That's the experience. It basically shouts, hey, this person doesn't think our traditions matter. I mean, yeah, right? Like, it's interesting. Like, not only does it make you, like, it marks you as someone important at Rise, but again, also a pariah in a sense, too. So it's like mocking you while also, I mean, it makes you stick out, which had to be uncomfortable for a lot of those ancients. Even if you're meant to help. Honestly, wild poll, it reminds me of The Giver. You guys know the novel, right? We probably all read it, right? But it reminds me of The Giver, and specifically The Giver's role. Like him and Vana, and like the role that they had. Like, it reminds me of them, right? This idea that this person, like this wisdom they have isn't necessary, but it is contradictory to our way of lives, so we have to, like, make them out to be like a pariah or a weirdo or shove them away in a corner. You know, stuff like that. I do, yes. Almost invest in her kind of thought process. Be interesting. But amidst a world black and white, they alone see colors. True. The ancients saw most ways of deviance almost like being naked as well. Yeah. Yeah. We're the Giver. And just be like, we got our society perfect, Lamau. No, you don't. The end singer is coming. True. And while I empathize with Hermes, you know, I feel ya, Hermes. That shit was depressing there for a bit. I get it. Hermes was also very wrong. Being like, man, I'm gonna repeat the mistakes in my society that were done unto me. Uh-oh, an apocalypse. You know, but like, it kind of makes sense how he got there considering everything we know about the society, right? Like, honestly, I'm surprised nobody, you know, caused the apocalypse before him. I'd almost be curious if there were like similar cases or something and trying to find meaning. You know? Like, is he like truly like the first one to attempt something kind of like that? The ability to transform, aka the truest expression of oneself via what I gather is extremely frowned upon in ancient sovereignty. Yeah, because you're too unique, right? Because nobody's like you then. I wonder if he had maybe actually stopped and spoke to Vana beforehand. He might have had a better handle on himself. I could see that, yeah. Please ask someone else, anyone else, get it peer reviewed! Yeah, no, for sure. It's interesting. Vana/Heidelin knew that the shards would want to spontaneously rejoin simply because she had to feel the pressure that inclination just separate state. I bet you. And again, as I had Eris say, I bet you Vana trusted us to solve the problem. Maybe she had some kind of grand plan in mind, but nah. I think it makes way more sense that she's like, I trust that they'll figure it out. How the masked society in the last Marcus 6.0 dungeon was eventually where the ancients were going to lead to if they had continued. Yeah, the perfect world of like the gold and pale white where they just created a god to kill themselves. Where they basically become a suicide cult. But that makes sense because they're eugenicists. That's kind of where that path leads a little bit, you know? 2 tests for us to prove that we can manage to live. True. And honestly, in a funny way, Vana probably saw that if we had failed, Vana probably viewed it that if we had failed, if we had probably gotten to a point where we would fail, and we would be unable to stop the rejoining, and all of life would sort of un-big bang itself, then that's just how it goes, you know? And then would probably re-big bang itself, and then a whole new existence would occur. And maybe that's okay. In a way. Maybe that is okay for that to happen. You know? Yeah, when you look below, the land below is lifeless. Yeah, it was all just pale. It was like a facsimile of existence. But they were all plain. They all looked the same. Everything was insane. And then essentially these guys realized that they just had no purpose. So they all killed themselves. Which is like... Definitely see Vana laying the groundwork, but she wants the future to find the answer. Yeah, I totally believe it. This is my successor. They're crazier than I am. They'll figure it out. Yeah. Your backup plan was the moon taking enough folks away from Aetherius meant when their rejoining happened that there were at least some survivors. Potentially. But like, also like, I could just totally see her just being like, they'll figure it out. I've done my part. I've done enough. And she has done enough. Actually, they couldn't even be bothered to kill. You know, Storm, that's actually a good point. Those guys couldn't even be bothered to do the deed themselves, right? Because I'm sure even that would have been like too much. So they had to create something else to do it for them. 3 more years of Vana discourse. No! No, we're saying good things about her. No! Evercold's gonna bring Vana discourse back in full, baby, though. You wait, baby. It's coming back all the way, baby. I did do 7.5, yes. At least the EA had the balls to do it themselves. I mean, yeah. Right? I do think the worst epitome of ancient society is Athena. Yeah, I mean, in many ways, for sure. She's another byproduct of that, but like, I honestly, I think probably the best epitome, like the best example of ancient society being massively flawed is just the Ascians, you know? Is the Ascians and what they did with Zodiark and how they went about everything. The idea that, like, the Ascians got together, split the world into pieces, you know, used Zodiark to do it, and then the inevitable goal was like, hey, look at all these little peoples that popped out of us big peoples. Let's destroy them because their lives don't matter. But of course their lives don't matter because they're eugenicists, all of them, right? So these don't count as actual people because our lives are worth more because we're correct, we're perfect people. So that they can justify the genocide of multiple peoples to bring theirs back because theirs are the perfect one. I think that is absolutely in line with the ancient philosophy. I think it's more than in line with it. I think it is like, it is the normal take. It is like the normal standard, you know? So Athena is another good point. Like, she and everything involving her was a great example of how that, like, society was flawed too. But I just wanted to point out the Ascian thing because it's like related to like what we've been talking about. Watcher's new dialogue? Oh, interesting. Do it in the most sanitized, painless way possible to make it palatable. Yeah, exactly. 3 more essays of people saying, here's why Emmett was right. God damn it, no, it's so important. He was wrong. He wasn't right about anything. He was wrong about literally everything. Ah! And the funny thing is, he even almost got it right with his son, with his family and shit. But like, either because he was sundered, which I think still makes a lot of sense that he was sundered, or because of his own pride, that he just went right back to being wrong. I imagine there's more Asm relics around. Yeah, and then Ethos being like the Asm is playing for when shit hits the fan. Thinking about Calyx a lot lately, isn't it interesting that he's an Endless that was given the fear of death by the wall? Something very human to feel. Oh yeah, Calyx, despite what he would want to say about himself, he is surprisingly human. Yeah, Emmett even admits that he was entirely wrong at the end, just that he still held on to what he did with the best of the information that he had. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, right? That's why when people are like, oh, Emmett was secretly right, it's like, he wasn't right. It's important. Actually, you couldn't hear me. My bad, I put a limiter on my mic. Anyways, what I was trying to say is, yeah, no, he's actually wrong about everything. Well, he admits it, he said he'll do it again. Yeah. Again, I still think him being sundered makes a ton of sense. It's very fitting. Eden's detected. Creature identified as Argos refuses to acknowledge our presence. Hypothesis: upon arrival, growing may express a concern that he had been outfluffed. This suggests the existence of a fluff-based hierarchy. Civilization as such a system would be predictably low, but Argos is adamant in ignoring even Alpha. Its fluffiness level is impossible to gauge. It's hilarious. Just you, with an impassive gaze, it seems you will need to intervene. The fluffiest of them all, dear Argos. His dog. It exasperates store before motion units back. You seek permission to climb aboard. Just think of them as cargo. Whoop. Give the creature's permission. Curious. You must have a special standing in the fluffiness hierarchy. I allow myself to become distracted. Let's continue on this watcher at once. So true. About Asm, I wouldn't be surprised if Ethos isn't actually a plan, but Asm just like making travel tools and they got scattered when they were sundered. Yeah, I feel like that's very in character. Ah, that's funny. You mean thralled, right? Yeah, thralled. My bad, not sundered. Got enthralled, baby. That's what I mean. Why are Argo and the Loports so obsessed with being fluffy? Good question. Also, sup. How are you still alive? That's a good question. As I didn't plan, they were just pure impulse. Could have been by that same impulse when the end days was coming. They're like, maybe I should make a dimensional rift portal thing. That could be useful. I think the real tragedy of the Ancients is they did the best with the information they had. Their solution to most problems was creation magic. That's what they did to make Zodiark. They even got the consent of the people they sacrificed to do that, with a promise that after they figure the permanent solution, they'd bring everyone back. And once they had a god, every problem started looking like a problem for the god to fix. Enthralled. They were, not sundered. I want to say that again. You know, tempered. They were tempered. That's the term I'm looking for. Yeah, they were tempered in a way. But they probably didn't know that they could have been tempered, honestly. I obviously like that theory. But, like, I think it makes a lot of sense given things, and, like, I also like, though, how ambiguous it is, because it is kind of ambiguous, you know? Like, you're kind of sitting here like, well, maybe their philosophy just kind of matched that exact idea of, like, yeah, the god will just fix everything, because the god can just fix everything, right? It'll be fine. So, I don't know. I like that it's not really, like, a confirmable thing. Seems to have a language that implies that Azim had the Dawn Trail teleporting. Because it mentions something like a trail of Aether left behind after Azim leave. Interesting. I need to read more of those. Oh no, I mean, totally, Sal. Like, I think you have a very good ground to stand on that. But we ultimately don't know. Right? Like, the tempering thing, obviously the Ascians tweaked to give them the desired effect. But we ultimately have no idea, and it is even quite possible that Zodiark could have had some kind of tempering effect. If not to the same degree as maybe the other primals when they were, like, tweaked, right? It's very plausible to believe that, like, Zodiark could have influenced their minds, you know. But ultimately, yeah, we will never know for certain, and that's okay. Living Way mentions that a primal, even without tempering on the scale of Zodiark, would have a tug. Yeah, exactly. Like, even if not the intent, there would be something that probably would influence. Probably. Interesting that Azaz's magic has a very obvious mark that was made by them, even if their friends could replicate it. I think it's really cute. Which makes sense, because they made Zodiark out of the please save the world, so of course they would just keep going and doing that, even when the threat might not have merited his intervention. Absolutely. Yeah. I think if anything, the tempering Ascians underwent was almost like their own voices being drowned out by the billions of souls now residing in Zodiark and giving it purpose. Yeah, no, I mean, I could see that too. For real. Analyzing themes of Dawn Trail, I thought it was interesting how the theme of prevalent throughout it. A theme that I think about when Dawn Trail is that we finally get Ethos. Then Dawn Trail we finally get Ethos. It's kind of cool, right? Like, look, I'm still sitting here. I'm still sitting here, loving Dawn Trail. I will defend Dawn Trail to my death. But I think it's a really good companion piece to Endwalker. Endwalker's all about life. Dawn Trail's all about death. It's a perfect transitionary story to get us into this next section. And they do a really good job with it. You know, I can't wait to see what Evercold is about, but like, I think they do a really good job as like, I don't want to say Dawn Trail is like an epilogue, but it is like an interlude. And it's a really good interlude, you know, to follow Endwalker. Endwalker wraps everything up, but Dawn Trail takes a lot of Endwalker's philosophies and kind of puts them into a new context while adding some additional things. And how we win an Endwalker is exactly by employing the themes of Dawn Trail. Absolutely. A coda? Yeah, a little bit like a coda bug. So, really liked it. And like, philosophically speaking, I think Dawn Trail is very strong, especially in comparing it to like Endwalker, Shadowbringers, really the whole Ascian saga, right? It's a really good go-between. Here's one is the room talking to an invisible audience. Yippee! Remembering the past while choosing to move forward. It's good stuff. And like, you know, we like carried that wisdom with us into Dawn Trail. But Wook Lamont and, you know, the others learned a lot of similar things about that too. And that's like, you know, death is gonna happen. It exists. You know? And you gotta be able to let go. Because if you don't let go, that's how you get Ascians. Dawn Trail's good to have regardless of where we've been in such a heavy conflict for so long. It's nice to just have the world breathe a little bit. For real, yeah. Totally. It's a good break to have. And I mean, and now we're going right back to all of the dimensional conflict and warring and all the crazy and Ascian stuff. So like we're not done. We got plenty more. Also, it is weirdly perfect to help a civilization through learning what grief is. Yeah. Excuse me. I also really like how this continent has just been fine for like 80 years without us too. There's more heroes than us. It's nice, yeah. It's cool to see, you know, again, the world exists outside of us. The Watcher located. An estimate of this being's height explains the scale of Bestways Burrow. Yeah. I was bemused by the arrival of these small visitors, but I see they are companions of yours. What a rare thing for my abode to be thus crowded. How may I be of service to you? Hello, Watcher. My purpose here is to learn more about the Ancients. Omega with a greeting, not just a query. I would know of their deeds, their philosophies, the very nature of their hearts. I would understand why the final days was visited upon my home star. A worthy endeavor, but there is another better suited to assisting you with that task. Perhaps you might favor us with a tale or two of the Ancients you met during your travels, Eris. My fragmented memories are but a pale substitute indeed for the clarity of your more experiences. Yes, I can envision every detail. Being with Fana and Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus. Sorrow and determination of Hermes. I am a creation of Hydaelyn. As such, I believe the age of the ancients would fade and be forgotten. Yet, knowing that their memory lives so vividly within you, such joy. I pray you keep them close to your heart. The time of your journey to the past, the one whose essence I embody would have been a scholar of the Iyender. A shame. Had you reason to go there, perhaps you might have met. A man of learning, he was firm friends with Fana. They spent long hours trading theories, debating over the laws of the universe. I remember joining her faction as the final days bore down upon us. Of the events surrounding the tragedy, I recall precious little. Hydaelyn wished for the people of your age to decide their own path. I suspect my reconciliation was limited by design. Yet even she could not cut away one person. I noticed distinctly sadness at what had come to pass. In becoming Hydaelyn's heart, Fana would forever stand apart from the people she so loved. They were so resolved in her convictions, and he too would share her sleepless vigil with the future yet to unfold. Thus was the vow he made to Fana as her transformation took hold. Fervent wish must reach her in some fashion, though his life had been drained away by the summoning. He was reborn with a new form, a new purpose, when I awoke as the Watcher. You heard, Eris, you felt, you fought. And in seizing the future for yourselves, you have brought to full circle the saga which you accomplished was no divine miracle. A sin of hope passed down from one generation to the next. A succession of wishes and prayers reshaping the star into the world we knew you deserved. You have our deepest gratitude. I thank you for not only myself, but as the man I once was, on behalf of those who devoted themselves to Fana's vision. I understand the facts of your story, Eris, but not how you have chosen to process them. Or grams do you speak Fana with such fondness? By sundering the world, she ultimately guided your kind to victory, and in doing so caused irreparable damage to its individual members. The full scale of that act is beyond calculation. It is evident, however, that it resulted in the protracted period of suboptimal existence for Emet-Selch and his brethren. We already know there's gonna be Fana discourse. Stop listening to this. Query: if the survival of your kind has a deciding factor in the evaluation, then should you not also admire Hermes in his decision to subject man to trial, forcing you to change or perish, as it was the fate of countless civilizations before you? From my perspective, his determination was similar to that of the Omicrons. The Omicron's ancestors, those who first began trading flesh for machines so that our people might stand against the onslaught of aggression from other races. It was an unprecedented attempt, accompanied by much failure and sacrifice. Their early experiments were crude, primitive. Had they not made those first advances, however, we would have remained vulnerable to our environment. The violence would have been utterly consumed us. And what of Emet-Selch himself? Judging by your retelling, he was a benevolent ally saddled with tragic fate. God, I love how we'd have this whole philosophical talk, and then this just brings everything we said. Like, this just is talking about everything we said, everything we covered. Yet I remember the years when my instruments fed me data from events across the entire star. During that time, I witnessed his Ascians engineer multiple instances of cataclysmic strife. These calamities, as you know them, were responsible for planet-wide destruction. A man whose endgame replied upon the extinction of all modern mortals must, by definition, be your worst enemy. I require an answer. As a being of heart and soul, how do you classify each of these pivotal figures? From your perspective, which of them are the most justified in their actions? little buddy. Oh man. I mean, I wanna say mom, of course. I wanna say mom, of course. But really, I mean, this is the right answer, right? They were all justified in their own way. People are complicated. I think I understand. Seek a definitive answer. Based upon our experiences, Eris and I might develop very different opinions. Same faction. You're free to form your own thoughts on the matter. Don't be so swift to consider them without merit. I do not have my own thoughts on the matter. I assess each situation with the same logical pathways available to every Omicron. Even if 1,000 Omicrons were asked to analyze the same event, they would all return the same result, regardless of individual experience. There's no strength to be found in fractured reasoning. Nonetheless, I find your input valuable. Recording data alongside interview results. This concludes my investigation of the incomplete elements of the final day's report. I will reanalyze my accumulated information and re-examine which factors led to Sir's incomprehensible decision. Let's return to the Thomazine. Current pathway. I got broken in the FF14 subreddit. I mean, feels like it. Omega be like, whoa, discourse upon ye. Oh man. This is cool though. Like I mean, it's one of the reasons I love about 14. There's so much interesting like philosophy and themes and so much interesting writing within the game. It's also why I get so like upset when people want to like, you know, argue about like belabor points in such a way, or just ultimately come to a like, you wouldn't, what's the right way to put this? When people clearly don't think for themselves and, you know, kind of just take someone else's opinion that they heard and just make that their opinion. Does that make sense? It's like designed to get you to like think about things and like to talk about it and like discuss, but people don't want to discuss, they want to be right. And so they just regurgitate what sounds like the most correct thing that they've heard. Because they're not interested in a discussion about it or like an understanding about it. They just want to be right because that's all that matters, is to be right. When so much of 14, there is not a way to be right. So much of it is just kind of like, I don't know, what's the vibes? What's the philosophy? There are things that are like, obviously, things that did happen or did not happen, right? Like, you know, I learned that playing through ARR, Heavensward, and Stormblood, where people just forgot about a bunch of shit that happens in those expansions. You know, there's a bunch of shit that, like, oh god, what was the big one that happened in, trying to remember. There was something like, there's something in Heavensward that happened that everyone swore happened, but then never did. This was a long time ago though, and I remember proving it because we got to the part and it just didn't happen. I think it was something to involve Stinky, but I can't remember. Anyways, so that's probably a bad example. But like, there are things that like did and did not happen, of course, right? And sometimes people kind of forget things, or their nostalgia gets a hold of them. But like, ultimately, there's a lot of the story, like, you know, all the stuff we talked about with Emmett, right? Or Venat. A lot of it is kind of just like, well, it kind of depends on what your like opinions are. You know, there's not really a definitive answer. And that's why it's so interesting. That's why 14's like so interesting, because there's like so many cool things to discuss. There's a lot of really juicy topics that you can handle, as long as you don't just go into them needing to be correct about it. You know? Does that make sense? You had a fruitful trip, I hope? I'm absolutely bursting to ask about your experiences with Omega, but I don't wish to be a pest. Without any questions for now, maintain an academic decorum beside their engineering principle. Free to leave. I wasn't sure you'd be back in time. Ah, there you are, right at the last moment. Training with Omega was properly educational, I hope. I'd like to ask you all about it and the mysterious transmission besides, but I'm afraid some urgents come up. One of our Iwork associates has followed up a job elsewhere, and Jesse is wedged and made a rush there and lend a hand. Bishop's already waiting for us at the harbor, in fact. You can escort us over there and talk as we walk? Acceptable. I'm fully capable of speech during ambulation. Heard you might be. Right, let's get a move on then. Ah, I love 14. Hell yeah. I want 14's story is so fascinating compared to a lot of other stories in gaming. The devs really want to encourage discussion. I completely agree. 14 is just a bunch of philosophies and like ideas kind of thrown out into the world, and a lot of times it just begs you to ask the question, what do you think? What's your opinion, gamer? And it's really cool to have those discussions. It's why I like talking to you guys. It's fun to talk to you. Because we can generally have those discussions here. There are some streams and chats that cannot have that. Or that cannot happen. Or that does not happen. That's also why I kind of get like... I always get perturbed when people are like, this is the way. This is the only way. No one else can have any opinion about it. Is just this. Like, that's why I get a little bit mad. Like, you can obviously have your thoughts, but like a solid like 70% of like the like discussion topics are all like opinions, you know? Like, you're coming in really hard right now, and like you gotta let people have their own thoughts about stuff. We're on a rabbit fan. Rawr, streamer opinion bad. True. I think the position for Dolan and Stormblood is the voice that assumes to capitulate to power will bring freedom. It's interesting to have. Absolutely. Verdola's a very interesting character. I miss her a lot. Oh. Comes to her taste in men. Look, Xenos is perfect, okay? It's fine. Yeah, it's cool. Oh, you've cleaned up those points of confusion then. I had mistakenly classified your intangible heart as an ability of some kind. An uncanny power that Omicrons could neither learn nor even measure. Even now, its full nature yet eludes my comprehension. Based upon our investigations, however, I have decided to alter my definition. A phenomenon which influences one's interpretation of reality. That is as close of an answer as I have found. According to Sir's actions upon meeting Metian strongly indicate the presence of a heart. Accordingly, Sir did not follow routine logic, but formulated independent assessment based upon the reality that it perceived. It felt the best recourse of the Omicrons was to cease their expansion and terminate all functions. Well, here's our ship. I need to be going, but first, I'll hold you to your bargain, Omega. Time you told us with the transmission from the flight logs. Acknowledged. I will uphold the terms of our agreement. Recording salvage from the Ragnarok was a simple one. The message is so basic, in fact, that the time spent listening to it may result in a net loss of value. Shall I continue? And you're just teasing. Tell us the message already. Acknowledge converting dialect coding to local language. To whomever received this message out there in the vast reaches of the cosmos, someone I hope who looks up at the stars with the same wistful gaze as mine. You, I say, forge ahead. May all our tomorrows be blessed with joy. Oh, that's fun. This message has no designated recipient. Lacks purpose. The concept of joy is overly abstract. Vocal supplication to manifest said joy is unrealistic in its optimism. Yet based upon their expressions, my assessment of the transmission's value conflicts with its apparent impact. And still I fail to understand you, sir. Your heart still confuses me. Was termination of everything the correct course? How did you arrive at this conclusion? Defies all my attempts at reasoning. But I was designed to evolve. I continue to learn. The probability that I eventually comprehend this phenomenon greater than 0. I will put the dilemma of your decision aside for now. continue my existence upon this distant star. I dwell among these many life forms. I will continue to piece together the complete shape of their mortal hearts. I must document their progress. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Our genocidal weapon of death is learning hope. It is. Hell yeah, Omega. That's so sweet. That's real. Maybe there are a few though. This is that was a banger moment, I gotta say. Kind of a banger. Man, I love this game, guys. This quest line is just like, I'm so glad I did this. I know people were harping me to do this quest, and I'm so glad I did because it is truly, it is such a good summation of why this game is so awesome and so important. Like, Omega, like, learning to cope, learning to be a person hits so hard, you know? And yeah, exactly, Sal. I was gonna bring this up. It's kind of funny that Omega seems to almost misunderstanding how well they understand all of this, because Omega, funny enough, is pushing forward through all the confusion. Omega, you know, Sir said that the Omicrons should cease operation. You should stop and cease operation. And what has Omega done? Not that. Omega has done the exact opposite of that. Omega has decided to continue to live regardless. Because Omega must understand. You see, Omega must understand. They must. They simply must. So they keep going. Endlessly striving forward. Right? They forge ahead, endlessly so. Their grit, their determination, their will, Omega's will to live is far stronger than maybe it should be or supposed to be. It suggests a bit of a heart, doesn't it? That when faced with their inevitable destruction, they even sought, I'm going to transfer my data into that little robot. Because they wanted to keep living. They had to keep living. It echoes Calyx a little bit, too. Even the whole Omega series was, I need to know more. It was all for this quest of knowledge that Omega must know. Or must embark upon. So interesting. I love it. With their despair of the choices of their civilization / Sir? I mean, yeah, I think there's some merit to that for sure. And I think 14 will also hold a space in my heart. With all the shit happening in our world, we have this ongoing story to tell us how important it is to live, that you don't need to look at everything cynically based. And that's why 14 is so special, is because 14 is a little cheesy sometimes. It's a little earnest. 14 is all about the power of friendship and choosing to live when faced with despair. You literally fight the incarnation of despair. That literally happens. Right? And that's cool as fuck. That's punk rock even. There are some people, I will not name names, there's some people who have played this game, and claim to like this game, love it perhaps, and look at the world so cynically, and look at people so cynically when this game screams in their face a message of overwhelming love. And that is why they have suffered consequences for their actions. But for the rest of us, who can understand what the game is trying to tell us, the very basic message of just living and looking at the world with a bit of kindness, and yes, maybe being a little hokey in your optimism, but that's okay because it's not over, right? Much like we saw with the merchant, right? The days kept going. The sun came up, and it will come up tomorrow, and the day after. The world keeps turning, and it always will. You gotta just keep going. Very sincere, which is very nice when a lot of stories are very self-conscious about being sincere. I agree. There's a lot of games that would lampshade or try to hide their sincerity. Even one of my favorite games, Persona 5, I think really struggles with sincerity. I think that game constantly is trying to not push too hard for fear of retaliation or hokiness or something like that. I think it really struggles with it. And I love that game. But like 14 doesn't struggle with that. 14 is oftentimes, maybe not every time, but oftentimes very sincere in its presentation. It's really cool. I really like that. Excuse me. But when Omega does it out of a desire to live, Calyx does it because he fears death. Correct. But they are similar in many ways. Contribution to my education is appreciated, Eris. Indeed, I have amassed a satisfying quantity of valuable data. Now that our negotiated business is complete, however, Alpha and I will return to traveling the world. From our recent experience, I am confident we can expand the radius of our ventures by a significant margin. We need not limit ourselves to Eorzea. I am now familiar with Sharlayan and Ranzat Han. I would also like to revisit the freezing climes of Bloop. Neglected to instruct Biggs and Wedge to upgrade my climate shielding. Bloop. I will reroute my request to the Deputy President, Jesse. Engaging ebullition and parting salutations. Farewell, Eris. Also, Omega is talking better. I don't know if you've noticed that too, but as the quest has even gone on, Omega is speaking a lot more like a person and less like statement. Do this thing. Query. Do this thing. Omega still does some of that, but a lot of their speech has like gotten a bit more normal. Alpha gives a vigorous shake and draws forth a scrap of paper from under his wing. Ew. Well, should have it. Perhaps it's his way. This is his way of thanking you. Haha. Okay. Swiftly, Alpha. The road is long, and we have barely begun our journey. That's awesome. You get flow together, huh? Okay. Nice. Such a good button at front and Walker. I really like that. That was awesome. That was a really good little epilogue quest. I do have to pee a little bit though. We've been yapping so much. I'll be back to yap in just a couple of minutes, but I gotta go pee. Listen to the calming tunes of Charlie in the meantime. I return. Sorry if that took a bit longer. I caught a roomie talking about some of the house stuff. We gotta call up a bunch of people tomorrow. Really, Memorial Day weekend is so inconvenient. Don't get rid of it. Give us another one. I also got a cookie. Pissed all the emotions out? Yeah. That's how my body functions. Bye-bye. You son of a bitch. Wiped my cast bars. God. I tell you. Have you gotten more used to the pink? I have. For sure, actually, I would say. I still don't know, like, necessarily how I feel about it. So, people see. But I do like it. Kinda, I think my issue mostly comes from the fact that the blue just looked so good. Like, I'm sorry, the pink is nice, but like, y'all, the clear blue with the white. Blue's classic for a reason. It just looks so good. Another one I really like is actually the green. That's a really good shade of green. Also with the white looks. Remember how we discussed Japan? Hi, Blacksmith. Yes, Japan. What about Japan? This is eye-bleedingly blue. The light looks nice. The dark is okay. Clear gray. I mean, that looks good. White is a lot, but it's all right. The clear blue just. Clear green. Clear pink. I mean, it's solid, but like it doesn't have the same hit. About a 4-bedroom, 2-floor house that's abandoned for $9 grand with a 2-car garage. Dang, are you moving in? Holy shit. Realtor call tomorrow. Yeah, holy shit, alright. Japan is a site for an abandoned house? Yes, I have heard about that. I really want to continue this model kit. I see that, Cardia. What model kit are you working on, actually? Are you doing like a gunpla? Also, to follow up our Omega quests, I have another thing I'd like to do. You'll never guess, I'm sure. Oh, Barbados! That is my roommate's favorite Gundam, actually. She loves Barbato. Make sure to know how much it'll be to fix with everything with Japan's strict regulations. That's true. Yeah, those abandoned houses sound nice until you have to sink like thousands of yen / dollars into like restoring them. But I mean, hey, if you got the funds. Is it because of the snatched waist? No, she loves how he's got a giant club that he beats people with. That I believe is one of her specific draws for a Barbatos. There's a reason Yakuza 0's plot center at an abandoned lot. It's true. Y'all stayed at a pre. Honestly, the most trans mask Gundam. I will have to get her opinion on that. Fish. A little eel. Yeah, I don't know a ton about Gundam. I know I loved Witch of Mercury, though. Witch of Mercury was a banger. I was mostly there for the Yuri, but the Gundam stuff was pretty cool. I watched that with my roommate, actually. And she's like, ooh, new Gundam series. She's really into Gundam. And she's like, ooh, new Gundam series. I'm like, it's a Yuri. And then she's like, oh? And then I'm like, yeah, I'll watch it with you. Really liked it. Never watched a G-Cux, though. I don't think she has either. I really want to like G-Cux more. I have heard that from several people. I managed to correct them with. Yeah. You mean Barbatos? Had the wrong episode count. Yeah. Hathaway 2 in theaters last week. It's so good. Ooh. Hell yeah. Great. G-Witch was at least able to tie everything up. And that is true, yeah. Like, at least, you know, I think despite everyone's, I think everyone kind of has a similar complaint of, like, man, G-Witch could have used, like, a couple more episodes. But at the very least, it tells, like, a complete story. But I've heard that, I've heard that, like, G-Cux is just a bit, like, just a bit haphazard. Feels rushed. MGSD Ariel so many times. Fair. Love Ariel. Her heavy arms. Wedding movie. Oh man. Oh yeah, sure, Runar, go for it. We don't have to be done talking about themes and stuff. We just got on the topic of Gunpla because I'm like, haha, I know that Gundam. Kind of rocketed from plot to plot. Yeah. Personally, oh, I gotcha. kind of rocketed from plot to plot. I'm telling you, a good filler episode or two is not a bad thing. Respect. UC is Universal Century, right? I don't like it as much as PD or AS timelines. I don't know. I don't know what those are. I like I said, I don't have a lot of Gundam knowledge. I know about Universal Century. I know there's a lot of politics. And a lot of yaoi. I know that much. Mostly heartless. Alright, gamers. We did the Omega quest, and now we're doing a different kind of Omega quest. Tis a bit of the plan. Because I've wanted to do this for some time. But please, continue. Reports behind the counter indicate dragons had achieved social integration with other customers. This is ideal. You see them in Elysium? They're flying again. Goodness, I'm so happy we could help. My, it looks like as if they're at least as popular as Last Stand now, but a bit more diverse clientele. I'll let you be the judge of that, though. Shift protocols engaged. PD is post-disaster, is the one with Barbatos from. Ah, that's like the Iron Blood door. And AS is Ad Stella, which is G-Witch. Ah, okay. Interesting. It's interesting that we're the one to bring together the Asm crystals, something that Emmett secretly created and remembered Asm with Ethos. An object that was most likely created by Asm themselves, like we symbolically reunited Emmett and Asm in a way. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Something doomed lovers. But yeah, no, I have thought about that a little bit too. And it's like so sad. Because the key is like the key, you know, the little crystal is like the key to everything, but Emmett made it sort of in his own grief. Like Asm seemingly didn't make it, or maybe did, or I don't know. A bit unclear. But yet it enables us to do so many things that, of course, Asm would have done. Hell yeah. A cup overfloweth. Metaphorically speaking, literal beverage overflow is nominal. Brain rot about PD so much? Hell yeah. As you should. I love the smell of carrot coffee in the eternal twilight. Look at all the contented customers enjoying our cuisine. This is more than I could have ever imagined when I proposed this idea. Unit is struggling to generate areas of improvement. Are all cafe objectives now complete? Suppose you could say that, though it's a strange way to view one's accomplishments. Why do you ask? In accordance with the directive of the all Avatron registered units to live. This unit's mission is to assist fallen civilizations in reclamation of lost hope, simulation soup, or other means necessary. It appears to have been accomplished. So, then this unit must complete its performance evaluation immediately. Performance evaluation? Sounds dreadfully dull. Rather, yes. Nevertheless, this unit must adhere to standard operating protocol and analyze the results of our cultural preservation efforts. Why is there scary music? Evaluation results will determine whether this unit may continue to embrace the familiar inertia of the current mission. All potential objectives have been fulfilled and will once again consign itself to hibernation. Other units may wish to know that the interim evaluation indicate the latter result is likely. Studios collected more than sufficient data, proving that with the appropriate stimulation, even despairing life forms may once again hope. No further research on the subject is required. Logically speaking, to continue along the current trajectory would be a waste of energy. Oh, you are really fluffing my fur right now. It's like you weren't even listening to my lectures. Plural! You're finally at the point where you can operate this cafe without one civilization or another reinventing the apocalypse, and you want to kick the bucket? Come a little closer and I'll kick it for you. Love Jammy Way. It gently reminds the screeching life form that Omicron decision-making algorithms do not prioritize emotion. Well, they should. This mission has been about an experimental data, and you know it. And you know a waste of energy, my furry ass. Our feelings matter to the dynamis. They matter to the universe. So why don't they matter to you? Got you there. This unit does not know what to tell you. Fine, be that way. See if I care. Unit will proceed to base Omicron. Back up unit data before shutdown protocols initialize. Additional personnel changes may follow, but Sigma 4 will minimize disruption to cafe operations. It acknowledges the non-zero possibility that it may return, but at least for the moment, it leaves the last dregs in your capable appendages. Farewell. Did you want to go after it? No, this is horrible! Again, let N7000 enter permanent hibernation. What will the cafe do without it? What will I do? Alright, I'm calm. Now, how do we stop it? If we can catch up to it before it reaches base Omicron, I doubt it will want to speak with me after my outburst. I'll go alone then. I'll take my time to gather my thoughts. Yeah, this is such an Omicron move to do. Such an Omicron thing to be like, well, I've completed my objective. Time to die. Really? Oh, this is a fate. Believing themselves after fulfilling their objective. True. Need like a big handshake of the two of them doing that. I acknowledge scanning recent automatic transmissions of internal processing model. Logical process records of CERN has been engaged in analysis and projection related to the same. Operational protocol governing these particular actions cannot be determined at this time. Pleasant speculation. Okay, it accessed CERN. Hi? Hello? Why are we chilling here? Are there just superstitions in this as well? Just... One of you survived? It's just chilling here. Data acknowledged. Searching base Omicron. Monitoring. The portal. That's it. Like a hex side with time. Getting like from can catch up. Did you just assassinate my bartender scene? Oh yes. They're scary. Signals of allied unit are not unwelcome. But why did you follow this unit here, Eris? Several comments. Analyzing logs originating from M017, alias Stigma 1, alias Sir. For some time now. We know the M017 that Omega. As a unit, M017 repeatedly paid a visit to the Tree of Life to analyze internal projections. The impetus for these actions was logged as personal reasons. In other words, the protocols were insufficient. M017 came here to ponder its next course of action. The unit hoped the tree might provide data of use in its current dilemma. No such data has been forthcoming. In retrospect, there is a non-zero possibility that M017 did not find what it was looking for either. This unit cannot conceptualize actions outside of its original programming, which lead to the desired conclusion. All simulations of upcoming performance evaluation end in shutdown. The precise value of the future in which this unit carries on operating the cafe and serves a myriad of patrons remains unknown, thus cannot be mathematically comparable to a successful evaluation. Nevertheless, this unit's preference remains constant. Does this preference, then, constitute a logical fallacy that must be discarded? Inconclusive. As military information operations specialist, this vacillation is most distressing. Further review of the objective reality in the cafe has restored hope to multiple once-fallen civilizations is not helping. Paradoxically, it appears to make this unit's memory overflow even worse. Yes, happiness will do that. Grand life forms pursue greater levels of happiness, regardless of utility or lack thereof. However, as a mechanical life form, categorically impossible for this unit to experience emotions outside of predetermined programming. Unless allied units were correct, and this unit is truly not the same unit it once was. If all life forms reborn in Ultima Thule, include this unit possess infinite potential in the mathematical sense. Generating new projections. Multi-sim mode initialized. Shutting down. Auxiliary functions. Overclocking processors. Hey, shh. This unit is processing. I just got shushed by a robot. This is like, okay, fine. Hey. Warning, processing load critical. Cannot accept additional inputs. Failure to step away from this unit may result in severe burns. State is worrisome. It seems unable to interrupt N7000's processing unit at present. You should bring Janeway along to kick its bucket. Emergency fans activated. Nearby life forms. Prepare to be roasted. Oh no, he's getting too hot. Adorable. This poor little bunny. Rain is exhausting. You mentioned the yelling. Apologies for that, by the way. By the by. Did you find N7000? Is it alright? It's burning up right now? Well, seeing the stir in the logs. Seem to have individualistic tendencies, now that you mention it. Its personal reasons better than I, of course, but it would the first or last to agonize over its existence. The choice to live is not made but just once, after all. I don't think it's a leap, or even a bunny hop, to assume that M017 struggle with much of the same questions and purpose potential that plagued N7000. Friends have very little experience with the self-doubt that comes with facing the indeterminate future. Little experience with emotions in general, really. It does not bother me that we've seen no changes to Elysian that could be attributed to N7000 and the other staff. Has reacted to my very first burst of hope and has reliably taken form of every civilization, but not them. Friends do have emotions, of that I'm certain. True, I talked to Omega. Precisely. Did our N7000 then not have the power to shape animus in spades? Look at how successful it's been. Personally, I believe it does have the power, but every time it feels a little something, it shoves that emotion away into a pile of numbers and refuses to ever think about it again. Just to allow itself to feel. To feel that joy, that hope, or to grow and blossom in Elysian. None of this waste of energy. Time to die, bollocks. Honestly, does it even think about anyone else? Mark my words, I'm going to gather every scrap of joy we've created and shove it right down its stupid throat. Be quick for it to prepare in 7,000. Or in 7,000, finishes processing and finds a way to infuriate me even more. Certain we're not allowing it to shuffle off its vital coil. Today or ever. First, though, we'll need to choose a recipe. One guarantee to remind it of what we accomplished here at the last strikes and give it a taste of the boundless happiness yet to come. Certain Stigma 4 can dig something out of its database that represents our culinary achievements without proving an electrocution hazard. Wait, just a moment. Here we are. The ominous orb. The orb from Destiny. Thrusters disengaged, and 7,000 not detected, awaiting promised explanation. It's quite a long story. Explain. Circumstances acknowledged, and 7,000 logs transmitted to central database. Confirm the accuracy of marginal report. Conclusion reached, and 7,000 also confirmed accurate. Operational protocols are completion of mission necessities, permanent hibernation. I don't think I'll ever understand your culture's obsession with productivity. However, running a multi-sim mode for prolonged periods poses unacceptable risks to hardware. Immediate intervention recommended. Ah, not quite a sympathetic response I was looking for, but it'll do. As for your intervention, I propose the presentation of a delicious dish that would bring N7000 back to its senses. What do you think it would like? Spins in a circle. Invalid input. Preferences are relevant to make life forms. Thus it requires refrigerant liquid. A cooling beverage, then. I think we can manage that. Research database for local ingredients by use, as 7,000 always seems to know what it was doing, so I never bothered learning where anything is. Oh my god, jamming away. Information evaluated. Nevertheless, request acknowledged. Precious matter suitable for condensation and subsequent ingestion by aquatic life forms found in the abode of the protocols indicate this juncture used the Golden Salmon Roe purchased from N0598 to be promoted. Golden Salmon Roe. There's a 99.998% probability that no roe is more golden. Fishers in the know go with the roe. Do purchase some on this time code. What the fuck? Fishers in the know go with the roe. Okay. Wonderful, you're a natural at this. Managerial praise is unnecessary. Scan the database as well within standard operation. Production of vital liquids, just refrigerants and oils, and the protocol logistical matrix. However, cafe operations repeatedly demonstrate standard chemical formulas are insufficient and impetuous with alternate dynamis. Avoid the cafe management must intervene in allied unit thousands, depending on what you. Depending on you, do not fail. Worry Stigma 4, we never let our allied units down. We're coming in the primary ingredient to you, Eris. In the meantime, we'll see what else might be mechanically digestible around here. 7,000 confirms coordinates confirmed. Subject remains immobile. Rival unit will be dispatched to Osicron Decahexite momentarily. goofballs, a lot of them. Okay, so I have to buy row? I do like this bit, though. I like that we're trying to focus on the Omicrons. Because it's like, well, these guys have been, like, doing all of this work, but none of them have been, like, enjoying it. So, maybe we should go talk to them? Make sure that they're happy? As remember, fissures in the know, go with the row. Old salmon row. Price 69. Probably don't need to purchase this, but it's not gonna be bad to have on me, I feel. I don't know how they'd react if we brought Omega back here. It'd be interesting. I haven't been asked to be brought here. Yeah, it is a bit surprising. If anything, my guess is because Omega doesn't want to come here. Excuse me. That would be my guess. Perfect. Take a long thought. That would be my theory why Omega hasn't asked to come here. Because it would be, it would merely be, like, something that they don't want to experience. Which, I mean, hey, can't blame them. I do wonder how this place is going to change, though. I wonder if they're going to fill up these, like, other weird buildings. All these, like, tables out here. Maybe, like, restore the whole plaza. That'd be kind of cute. Gassy, what's it? Here you go. Missions ahoy. Now we just need to condense this, perhaps shake it up with some other bits and bobs, and proper cocktail experience. Robot spinning hand. I think I have the cocktail. Ooh, green juice. Emergency override command prompt X chug.cmd. Chug? Spins? I love these little robots. Beverage protocols initiated. Please wait. Drink this juice. You were overheating. The last strikes. This unit would like to register its confusion. You miserable sack of sockets, bolthead, weird looking fork. I'll kick you or bucket into the next galaxy, you. Ah yes, this unit remembers now. Dialogue with the screeching lifeform had reached an impasse, so it withdrew to organize its thought processes in peace. The unit became trapped in a processing loop and overheated, but temperatures are now normal. As your civilization would say, ew. They're feeling better. That's the best news I've heard all day. No thanks to you. Unit circuits are still somewhat muddled. Viewing event log and flags associated with mission live. Results of recalculated projections located. Proceeding to Elysion to confirm. You can at least explain yourself! Doesn't expect some change to Dynamis. What? I have no idea. After it. Omicron time. Omicron. Alright, little dude, let's see what we got. This way, make haste. Alright. Let's see. It's the trees. Forest. Thousand dude. The trees. That's so cute. Not metally at all. And a very thorough report. Affirmative. May have detected birth of Elysian. Termination algorithm. 4 protocols. This issue has been surprisingly difficult to solve. The brilliant solution you made, however, may arrive at conclusion. Is confident result of its performance evaluation. First, a thought experiment for allied units. How does this unit transform the landscape of Elysian, despite the nature as a replicated mechanical life form? I'll leave that first one. Nature doesn't matter here now or alive. Like that. Although dead and gone, what they left behind lives in the realm of infinite possibility. Pleasing analysis indeed. Unit regrets not having seen the beauty in it earlier. Thank you, Eris. This unit will keep your words close to its heart. In the history of the universe, countless possibilities have gone unfulfilled. It is an era to thus consign them to the realm of impossible. All that Animus requires is that we ask, what if? Sentient life forms remain to ask that question. Dreams of the unrealized futures. You can agree with the ES conclusion that the end of the universe is inevitable. Our data proves that miracles happen. I like that. Took you long enough. Honestly, you gave me quite a fright with that shutdown. Interesting. Would you miss this unit if it were gone, Jammingway? Jammingway? Requesting acknowledgement of warm and fuzzy feelings. Or in a billion years. Bull. Brain. Denied. Denied. Denied! I love that. I kind of ship these two, actually. In any case, this unit recognizes the role of the Alphatron star played in cutting the futures of any civilization short. Together with allied managers, the Omicrons have restored hope to some such civilization, developing Elysian to its current state. There are now teams with life, some of it newly born. Calculations may say that this is sufficient to fulfill this unit's mission. This unit disagrees. What we have accomplished thus far is a significant step toward a new future for the Omicrons, but not the last. The unit believes in infinite possibilities, beyond the projection capabilities of even Stigma 4. Alongside our allies of the Last Dregs, we must continue to make them real. Shall atone, and we shall live. Worthy purpose, if you ask me. Which you ought to, given that I'm still your business partner. Gladly acknowledged, Jammingway. I love the little spin. Think of it. Never toasted our achievements. Or shared a drink at all. What kind of cafe managers are we? Brought some refrigerant cocktail along with the normal supplies in case somebody needed another wake-up call. What do you say we have a picnic? Omicron's laying down in the grass. Oh my god. A straight specialty carrot juice for us, of course. I never go anywhere without it. And when I proposed this idea, I was thinking the cafe on a theory, somehow people inside smiled and laughed. Been forced to focus on providing customers the same experience. We've been focused on providing customers naturally. That's also what the Last Dregs is to us, isn't it? Affirmative. This unit would not go so far as to assert that spending time with friends in this fashion is meaningful. Go is so. Big sip. We don't have Omicron sipping. Sense of satisfaction. Organic life forms term happiness. Not. That was the best carrot juice I've had in my whole Loperate life. That raises several questions, but this unit will restrain itself in favor of thanking Eris once again for her assistance in time of need. I do apologize for burdening you with additional shifts. I note that you have yet to apologize to me for the distress you've caused. This unit has been distressed numerous times due to unwarranted screeching from hyperbole-prone life form, and thus considers us even. Or if I save your sorry scrap metal ever again! Additionally, this unit would prefer that, as business partners, we provide mutual assistance as a matter. Of course, that is what organic life forms mean by partnership, is it not? Hold up your part of the bargain, we're going to keep the Last Dregs open until the very end of the universe. And beyond! No universe is ending on our watch. Nuts. I love the Omicron crests too. Definitely a good way to follow up the little Omega Epilogue quest. Hit the mountain. Fully caffeinated. Hell yeah. Nah, this is cool. I like it a lot. Ouch. I got some good. Alright. Back to Elysium. Something really just kind of hits about like seeing robots, machines, like frolic in nature. Like, I love that, like, these guys that are so inorganic, so abnormal, created a very normal, organic place to be. I think that's kind of awesome. Surface temperature pleasing. Getting to see the Omicrons act like people. Tiny speck among the cosmos. So cute. Hell yeah. I love the Allied Society quests. They're so good. Good shit. Good philosophical stream today. We did well. That. Refrigerant spray bottle. Can't be too careful. Ow. Anything changed here? Anyone sipping juice? Evidently not. Well, fair enough. Still, that was very sweet. Wait, is that new? Have you always been there? Oh my god, that's so cute. Just a little lick? I don't think you should lick that. Okay. Sure, it's electric. Oh, little guy. Well, there we have it, gang. I hope you have been philosophized. Philosophized appropriately. That was kind of fun, though. That was a cool little bit we did with the Omega stuff. See the way they build up? It's cool. Yeah. Some good shit. Excuse me. Yeah, no, I really liked that. That was good. 14, great game. Mentioned that a few times, but honestly, I do love this game. It's such a fun game to play and to even like stay away from and come back to. To not stay away from, take breaks. Like it always feels like a warm hug, you know. There's some things that perhaps I don't love about it, but the great majority of it I do quite like. Yeah, it's kind of hard not to. Especially I feel like when we kind of have a when we exist in a that we do right. which is a bit tough sometimes. It's good to have such a hopeful message. Anyway, hanging out, guys. Good you all. Oh, tell you. Sorry, my headset just hit me with the low battery bot. But I will throw us a little raid at was also playing some tea. Cool. And there we go. So I hope you guys had fun. I hope you had a good discussion stream. I enjoyed myself. And I will see you guys on Thursday? Yes, Thursday. I might change the stream time a little bit, so don't let me forget about that. But I think I have to go, I might have a thing I have to do a bit later. So I might have to do stream later. But that is okay, it happens. Other than that, I think that's kind of it, because we got Metaphor, and we'll have some other stuff going on. Probably in the nearish future. That's to you and Rumi again, I think. We are very excited, but we are very tired, and a lot of phone calls to make this week. But it is good news. I'll probably have at least more of an update on Thursday. But yeah, Metaphor might be like an hour early. Probably. But anyway, thank you all for coming here. Say hi to Ty for me. And yeah, thanks again, guys, and see you later. Goodbye.